Forward to it.
Looking forward to some sunlight coming in. That's what's most important, right?
Yeah.
Madam, आप डरते हो डर रहे हो
नहीं नहीं मैं डर नहीं रही हूँ because all of we are with us now only. So I'm not afraid.
आप कहाँ जा रहे हो? Where are you going to leave and go for 2 days?
At Silver City.
Silver City. Okay, वहाँ पर community centers.
Yeah, community center. RW is
So
preparing.
for the first time, you'll be living with people who you don't know. Are you excited about that part?
Yeah, I'm excited and just see how they host us also even. And I'm prepared to go and everything. I pack up everything.
Yeah, you
Yes.
got all your jewelry and your documents ready.
No, not that like that. No, we don't.
I know that a bunch of
At home actually. No. So it's okay.
you don't keep jewelry
Yeah.
at home, sir.
We are excited to see this building falling as safely as possible.
Yeah, okay. So this is going to, thank you very much. Hi, sorry if I can disturb you. We're live, but are you looking forward to this?
We were waiting for this from
You were waiting
ages.
for this.
We were waiting for this. We fought for it, and we are very happy that it's getting demolished. It's a lot of risk we all are taking, but we're very excited, and I hope that everything should go well. And that's it.
So have you packed up all your jewelry and documents? That's what I was asking. People are moving.
It's already. It's already.
That's not to
been-
disclose that, how we pack that.
It's already been lockers now. I think.
It's all in your locker. You can't take risk.
So we are not packing up the jewelries and everything, and I think as if he says it should not to be disclosed.
We disclosed a lot of black money there, huh? I'm joking. I'm just totally joking. But all right, it's nice to see some happy faces. They're at least hoping that this goes and it's done with, because these are the locals who have been fighting in court for years now, because this building has totally violated norms. 9 meters barely there's distance between the next building, which the builder should have thought. So one knows the builder is facing a loss of close to 1,000 crores with this demolition, and it's going to take another 20 crores for this building to actually go down. So the demolition itself will take 20 crores with a builder facing a loss of 1,000 crores. At the end of it, all those buyers have been compensated, but you can't shut down their apprehensions. Locals still have questions. I had with me the edifice owner, Jigar, who spoke to us, along with a local who had a nice conversation about what if something happens. Listen in. The clock's ticking, barely 24 hours. In fact, not even 24 hours before these massive twin towers, super tech, would be brought down in 9 seconds. The company doing it, Edifice, super prepared. They've done this before, so I think it's just an advice from them not to panic. But I have with me a resident right here, as well as the Edifice owner, Jigar, to give us an understanding.
Good that you guys have prepared a lot. I know you guys have done a lot of job in terms of doing all that. The question is, when this happens, and we are in a phase of moving outside as per the protocol, by 7 o'clock. There's an apprehension that, in terms of when this happens, because you guys are the expert on this, as a layman, everybody does not know. So when this will fall, how is it going to impact the buildings, the rubble, the debris and all that stuff, going to affect those towers which are just next and anyway around. I think you guys have...
As you said, Saurabh, that you are just staying 9 meters away at S3.
Yeah, S3, yeah.
So my basic thing to tell you is, as per the design engineering, the building will be going towards the ATS tower, so 3 meters towards the ATS tower. So only the debris which will roll over, and for which we have kept the containers, so that there will be no impact to the S2 and S3 which are nearby.
I heard you say, Saurabh, that I'm sure debris is going to enter the car parking area. That's what you said. Are you worried about it?
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of apprehension. We are common,
So
everybody, we
what's
are
your
households.
fear?
So all the housewives and all, and they're asking, since of course I come from an engineering background, the whole thing is, see the massive structure, the size and the scale. These are tiny dots in terms of this whole big monster.
And that's precisely where the illegality, the reason to why the Supreme Court said, yes, bring it down, demolish it, is because between the tower, the twin towers and the one right next to that, the Emerald Aster Tower, there's barely 9 meters difference. And that means not even an ambulance can enter. So it is a matter of huge concern that if at all the demolition doesn't go as per plan, will it infringe or fall into the neighboring towers?
So the nearby tower, as you say, is 9 meters, and according to rules, the minimum distance which should be there should be 16 meters or more.
Yeah.
And demolitions have gone wrong.
Oh no, Jigar.
Don't say that.
Demolitions have gone wrong. But believe us, we have the best team in the world. Jet Demolition has got 3 continuous awards for the World Demolition Award.
Great.
And as a student prepares for their exam, we have really thoroughly prepared for this exam, and we are very confident that the results will come 100%.
You know, of course, the question is whether, if at all there's any kind of damage for neighbors around, will they be compensated, and who should they be contacting? Is there an insurance in place? Where is the car parking for all those vehicles that will be moved out of here? All of those questions are answered by the project manager of Edifice, who's responsible for this demolition drive. Let's take a listen. The countdown has begun to the Supertech Twin Tower demolition, ATS Towers. I'm right here beside it. And as we see it up close, it is quite a massive structure built at a whopping cost of 1,200 crores. This building is going to literally melt down in 9 seconds. Going to be done very professionally. I have with me Edifice project manager, engineer Mayur Mehta himself, who's managed to, you know, with his team, insert 3,500 kgs of explosives inside those towers at every layer of it so that it's detonated simultaneously. A lot of apprehensions, Mayur, about whether residents are safe, people are pulling down their paintings, bubble wrapping their furniture. Is there anything for us to panic?
So nothing is there to be panicked. So the building is now the 100% charged and 100% ready for implosion. And if people are doing the bubble wrap and pulling down the paintings, it's not at all required. So we 100% we are assured that nothing is going to go. As estimated, some of the glasses will be break. That has already been message.
Some glasses will break?
Yeah, definitely it will break.
Okay.
Definitely it will break.
Okay.
So we have a backup contractor for that.
Okay.
Once the implosion will be carried out on 28th of August 2:30.
Right.
Immediately our contractor, our backup guys will check everything.
Right.
And the contractor will be deployed to rectify immediately.
So this is something I want to catch you on. When you say glasses will break, will Edifice compensate for that?
100%.
Oh, wow. Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Any collateral damage, not only the glasses,
Okay.
any collateral damages happen, we have covered the insurance of 100 crores and Edifice is liable and responsible to do each and every rectification.
So when you say glasses are going to break, I'm assuming there's going to be a huge or really loud sound.
No, it's not because of sound, ma'am. It's air over pressure.
Okay.
So once the 9 seconds or maybe 12 seconds, the building is going to collapse.
Yeah.
So where that air will go, that air has to go somewhere. So that air over pressure is the cause to break the glass, nothing else.
All right. So at this point, we see most of the buildings on the side. You know, if I can ask my camera person Mridul to pan on the left of the Emerald Towers, where we see all those white sheets, put up on the building. Is that to prevent dust?
No, not at all.
What's
not
that
at all.
for?
Dust is the secondary thing, but this is to protect the flying debris.
Okay, flying debris.
Flying debris. See, we have 4 layers of protection. The columns which we have inserted the explosive charge with. We have 4 layers and 5 layers of chain link. Chain link, you can see the same things. You can show the pictures of that. 4 and 5 layers. Above that, non-woven geotextile material. Above that, parameter curtain, you can see the white and the black one.
Right, on top
That
there, yeah.
on top.
Yeah, the white and the black.
If something escaped from the first layer, the second layer will protect. The third layer is the parameter curtain. And the fourth layer is the wind curtain, which we have put on the building. So there are the 4 safety protections for the flying debris.
All right. You know, and of course, questions on the kind of pollution and maybe if it is hazardous to health, would you...
If you can Google it, once the concrete set forms in the after the cementing work, it becomes the lime. That dust is a lime. It's you can use it as a fertile. If you want to Google it, you can Google it right now and check whether the concrete dust is nothing. It never harms anybody.
You know, at this point, we know that there's going to be loads of debris as per authorities, and there's a lot of talk that there's going to be almost 1,000 trucks that will be collecting debris and moved to where? Where is it going to be relocated?
Now, we have already submitted our C&D waste plant, so yet we are going to get approval from the authority. I think within 2-3 days, definitely we'll get out of that point.
So you don't know where. Noida authorities have also helped many of the locals. We believe that all the cars in this area will be moved out. They have to be moved out.
Yes, they have given.
So where is the alternate car parking space?
One location is that Botanical metro station, where they have 7,000 car park like that.
Okay.
So that also they are providing, and somewhere here, some nearby some Bharat houses,
Right.
and some bus stand.
Right.
There also they have ample of space
Okay.
to park the cars.
All right. Many of those residents are saying that they're going to head out for a weekend and then they're going to come back once the demolition is done. Post the demolition, how long should people take to return to this area? Is there anything that you might want to give as caution?
Already we have instructed them with RW and the AOA members that by evening time they can easily come back by 6 or 5. So it can be.
All right, so we've really got layers of responses, right from the residents, of course, the owner of edifice, then the project engineer and the South African engineer. So in every way, India today has tried to waylay all the fears and settle the panic, if there is any. But at the end of it, residents say, whatever any assurances come to us, we are still worried. At the end of it, it's their home that they've paid for. Right, sir? Are you still worried no matter?
Yeah, we are still
despite all
worried.
the assurances?
Yeah, there are a lot of assurance from the organizer, from a society, but we are worried. Let's see what's happened tomorrow.
What do you...
Yeah, actually I am really worried, not just tomorrow, it's like for months. Because we don't know what will happen to the base of the foundation of the building. So I don't know, I am like little worried what will happen. We have invested so much in this. And it's like little dilemma is in the mind, no? Okay, what will happen next?
I think pollution is also another concern that we are, a lot of concern are there about pollution after demolition.
We told to be in N95 for another 1 week.
Oh, is it?
And it's like N95 for 24 hours. Like you don't have to open up your balconies, you don't have to go on the walks, you have to be inside.
So that's the protocol given by the RWA. You've got to wear your N95 masks. All the residents have been told as precaution, N95 masks for a month. For a whole week. For a week and no walks allowed?
No outdoor activities allowed.
Okay, anything else? What about your pets and your...
Those who have pets, they have to make sure that they don't use this area at least. If they want to take it out, then they should be somewhere away from this area.
And you all are moving to Silver City, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's nearby our friends is living.
Okay.
So he is giving us the accommodation.
All right, thank you very much. Locals have their friends in the vicinity. If not, they have community centers set up by the building RWA. So there's help coming out from every corner. But one thing, a takeaway from them, N95 masks for all the residents locally in the vicinity here for at least the next week, and no walking around the area. The fear is legit that if this blast happens, and when the blast happens, will it really shake the foundation of the neighboring buildings? So far, the company doing it has said nothing's going to happen, not to worry. But of course, we've got to wait and watch. With camera person Lalit Joshi, this is Nabila Jamal for India Today in Noida. We're on top of this story. Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
We do talk about our losses, there is no doubt. I mean, that's how we want to improve as a team. What we didn't do right, what we did right. And of course that, loss did hurt us at that point. But I think it's been a while since that game has been played. So for us, we've got another challenge in front of us now. And, there's no point thinking about that loss at the moment. We need to think what we didn't do as a team, particularly on that night. And since then, we've played a lot of games. We've tried to correct those mistakes in the games that we played after that. And yeah, I mean, for us as a team, that is important. You learn from your mistakes, and we keep talking about it. So for us now, it's a fresh start. We know. And obviously the team is coming out of playing a lot of T20 cricket. So we know now as a team what we need to do to win games. नहीं देखिए, I mean वो कॉम्बिनेशन जो है हमारे बैटिंग कोच डिसाइड करते हैं कि कौन से नेट में बैटिंग करेगा. बट जहाँ तक उनका विराट का सवाल है कि वो किस तरीके से बैटिंग कर रहे हैं, किस फॉर्म में लग रहे हैं. आई थिंक सामने से जो मैंने देखा मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा. अच्छे टच में दिख रहे हैं, काफ़ी मेहनत कर रहे हैं अपने बैटिंग को लेकर. और ऐसा लग नहीं रहा है कि कुछ ज़्यादा चीज़ों के बारे में सोच रहे हैं. एकदम जो पहले हम देखते थे उनको वैसे ही है. कोई ज़्यादा कोई एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी कोई चेंजेस मुझे तो ऐसा दिखने को नहीं मिला है. ऑब्वियसली एक महीने के ब्रेक के बाद आ रहे हैं तो वो फ्रेशनेस जो है, जो ज़रूरी है हर एक प्लेयर में, वो देखने को मिल रही है. अगर मेरे पास ऑप्शन होता इस चीज़ का आंसर का तो मैं बिल्कुल जवाब देता. अभी ये तो रिस्पेक्टेबल बोर्ड्स और ये लोग डिसाइड करते हैं कि क्या करना है, क्या नहीं करना है. तो ये हमारे हाथ में तो है नहीं. हमें जो टूर्नामेंट सामने दिखाई देता है हम वहाँ पे पहुँच जाते हैं खेलने के लिए. तो हमारे लिए आगे भी कोई डिफरेंट नहीं होगा. जहाँ पे हमें भेजा जाएगा हम वहाँ जाएंगे, खेलेंगे. अभी देखिए, अभी ये तो मतलब मुश्किल सा सवाल है क्योंकि जैसे मैंने बताया कि बोर्ड्स अगर डिसाइड करेंगे खेलने के लिए तो हम खेलेंगे यार, उसमें क्या है.
You heard there from the Indian captain Rohit Sharma just a short while ago speaking to the media. We also heard from the Pakistani captain Babar Azam. Hello and welcome to this special show coming to you live from Ground Zero. We're coming to you from the venue where the action will start in about little more than 24 hours from now. We'll have special programs coming to you for the next 24 hours, 48 hours, looking up to the game and even analyzing the game once it's done. Joining me as always, the star off spinner of the Indian team, now also a member of Parliament in Harbhajan Singh. Harbhajan, thanks so much for joining us. Before I get into what Rohit Sharma has said and whatever Babar Azam has said, tell me this heat in Dubai. How did you guys ever manage to play in this heat? Standing here is so.
I don't know. I don't even remember. I used to play in this heat. Well, it is very hot, very hot condition, and actually I forgot about it. That I've done it for almost 20 odd years. But hats off to these guys. They're working out and they're doing what they need to do to prepare themselves for the game. And it's a big game tomorrow. And I hope the best team will be India tomorrow.
Okay, let's hope that does happen. As we're telling you, it's roughly around early evening here. Temperatures touching close to 40. All I can say is thank God that the games are happening under light. There are no games, and it's not a 50-over contest. It's a 20-over contest. So that'll get over very, very early. We're just looking at this, entire India versus Pakistan. Whenever we talk about this contest, the first thing that comes to your mind, or what people say, it's the battle, it's a war. But the last few days, the scenes have been completely different. The players have been meeting each other. I saw a lot of Indian and Pakistani fans turn up. Seems slightly more relaxed than previous times.
Well, I think during these practice sessions, you will always see Indian players or the Pakistani players, exchanging words, and because speak the same language, either Hindi or Punjabi. In our time, there were a lot of Punjabis in the Pakistani team, and in our team there were a lot of Punjabis. So we used to talk to each of us in Punjabi. So, these things happen here in the practice ground. But when we go there in the main ground, when the game begins, there are no friends, there are no friendship. The only thing comes to your mind is how you're going to win a game for your country. Simple as that. And expectations are such, on this game that if you win, you're expected to win. But if you lose not just a game, a lot of other stuff as well. So it's a big game. But it's good to see what players are doing, exchanging words here. But yes, I can tell you, tomorrow when the game starts, it will be a different scene altogether in the middle.
All right, you've seen a lot of camaraderie, a lot of bonhomie between the two teams so far, but as Harbhajan Singh points out, once the game gets going, you see a completely different tempo, completely different fever that is gripped by fans from across the border, both India and Pakistan. Let's build up to this encounter. Remember, the same place about 10-11 months ago, you had an India-Pakistan encounter. Pakistan came out trumps in that. However, if you take a larger look at how the two teams stack up, it's India that hold the upper hand. This is how the two teams are warming up for this big match.
It's the mother of all battles. The rivalry is all set to resume with arch rivals India and Pakistan coming face to face on Super Sunday. The last time these two teams faced each other, India didn't have a favourable result, a 10-wicket defeat in the opening game of the T20 World Cup last year. Pakistan may want to remember that win and could feel a psychological edge, but India will come back stronger and their record against the arch rivals come in handy. In T20 internationals, India and Pakistan have faced each other 9 times, out of which India ended up winning 6 of those, while Pakistan has just 2 victories. Since that defeat in the last T20 World Cup, a lot has changed for India. A new captain in Rohit Sharma and a new head coach in Rahul Dravid, who unfortunately hasn't joined the team yet following a COVID-positive test, have taken over the reins. India, in fact, has played 28 T20 internationals since they lost to Pakistan in October last year. Their record has been great with 22 wins out of those 28 games and have lost just 5 games, while Pakistan have won 10 out of just 12 games that they have played in that period. For Rohit Sharma, the Asia Cup will bring back some fond memories because he was the captain the last time India won the Asia Cup in 2018. Virat Kohli missed out that edition, which was played in an ODI format. India is the most successful team in the history of Asia Cup, having won the tournament 7 times, followed by Sri Lanka, who have won the title 5 times, and then Pakistan with 2 titles. The tournament will hold a lot of importance, not just because a title is at stake, but this will also allow teams to gauge the balance of their respective teams ahead of the all-important T20 World Cup in October. India has been juggling with quite a number of players lately, but maybe the time has finally arrived to finalize their best team, as the squad for the World Cup will have to be announced by September 15th. At the Asia Cup though, it will be a battle for the Asian supremacy, and there is every possibility that in next couple of weeks, fans across the world may get to see India and Pakistan play each other not once, not twice, but thrice. Sports Bureau, India Today.
All right, that's how the two teams stack up. Just letting you know that right behind me, at the moment, both the Indian and the Pakistani teams are practicing. This is an optional training session, so not too many Indian players have turned up. That's because I was speaking to a few players. They said, listen, last 3 days we've had so much of intense practice that maybe a day before the game it's okay to relax. And as we were talking with Harbhajan, it is really hot, so you need the players to rest a bit. Okay, let's now get into this particular encounter. These two teams, as I mentioned, played about 10-11 months ago. But what Rohit said in the press conference a short while ago is saying, okay, yes, we look at our losses, we analyze, we try to get better, but we also forget we've been playing a lot of cricket. How do you see the build-up to this particular T20 World Cup? India has, I think, played more than 20 since that loss, whereas Pakistan haven't played too many T20 games.
Well, I think, India have played a lot of games. There's no doubt about it. The more you play, better you're going to get. And India have given lot of opportunities to the different players, youngsters have come up, they have taken up the role and they have done well in various games. And whereas Pakistan have not played as much as they would have liked to. We were speaking to some of their ex-players as well. They didn't play as much as India is playing. But T20 is a format. Let me tell you, it's anybody's game. Anybody can beat anyone. So you can't really say that whoever starts well will go on to win the game. You have to make sure that first 6-7 overs, if you get the grip, just keep the grip very tight. Whatever team, whether it's Pakistan or India or even Bangladesh, they can surprise any team. So this is the kind of format which gives opportunity to everyone, because few games are like that where skill doesn't matter. This is a kind of a power of a game. This is a power game, sorry. So you have to make sure that first 6 overs with the ball, with the bat, go for attack. And India will be looking to do that. And listening to Rohit Sharma, yes, they have learnt a lot from where they were, a few months back when they lost here. But this Indian team looked quite a strong team, and I'm sure they're going to put up a good performance.
So one thing we don't know at the moment is how the pitch is going to play out. We don't even know whether there's going to be dew, because last time when these two teams played, dew played a major role.
I don't think there will be any dew.
Yeah, so that's great to hear.
It's too hot to get dew. Of course, if this tournament was happening after 2 months, 3 months, where the weather will start to cool down a bit, that's probably the time when the dew comes. But I don't think due to dew there'll be any sort of problem for the bowling teams. Bowling second, there will be any sort of problem for them to whether spinners will come into the game or not. I think in these conditions, conditions are dry, new ball will probably not swing as much as we have seen in different parts of the world, but here it won't swing. But yes, you can be ready to get the ball reversed. Last 6 overs can be very deceptive, and your spinners can come in the game early, because with the newer ball, harder ball, if the seam is not happening, then you have to start with the spin. See if the wicket has something to offer for the spinners.
Well, that's very interesting what Harbhajan is pointing out, saying that in the conditions that you are on offer here, maybe the ball is not going to swing as much as we see in other parts of the world. What that takes me to is, now I'm just looking at the Indian bowling attack. You've got Bhuvaneshwar, who's going to be leading this ball. He is predominantly a swing bowler, so he may not have the best conditions on offer. Arshdeep, we've seen also swing the ball really well. In that case, maybe, I don't know, a lot of people are underestimating Avesh because he hasn't had a great run getting into this thing. But in these conditions where it's not going to swing very much, you may sometime need a genuinely quick bowler, hit the tech bowler, which Avesh is. Maybe could be someone that you can...
Yeah, obviously, I think if the ball doesn't swing, then all you got to do is your line and length needs to be even more better than what you can expect from your bowler. Then I think it becomes even more important when conditions are not in favor of you. You have to, make those conditions into your game, that how you can be successful as a bowler. So someone like Bhuvaneshwar, we know that he can swing the ball both ways, but these conditions probably will not allow him to swing the ball. But his line will become very, very critical. Length becomes very, very critical. You can't give room. So, as a bowler, you just have to go out there and see what is there, in the stadium. If you find swing, great. If you don't, just put the length a little back and try to restrict the batsman to slow flow.
Okay, we're seeing different thought processes from both teams. India have got extra spinners. Pakistan have focused more on their fast bowlers. Of course, there are a couple of fast bowlers have now been injured. Bumrah injured for India. If you had to look at the two teams man to man in the bowling department, because at the end of the day, bowling is what wins you matches. Which is a stronger unit?
I think, bowling wise, Bumrah is not there, Shami is not there. It's like two big guns. Imagine they are as big as Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. If you talk about batting, imagine those two not playing in the game, what would happen? And the same goes with Bumrah and Shami not playing. So, India is not probably the strongest bowling lineup, but yes, one good thing India have is good two spinners in the middle overs. Though people say that Pakistanis play spin really well, but someone like Yuzvendra Chahal, he's been a champion player, champion bowler, win game on his own. So someone like him and Ravindra Jadeja would be very handy for Team India. So I think comparison-wise, I think Pakistanis, they might be little ahead in terms of bowling. But overall, I think Team India have the edge. Whether it comes to batting, so batting is obviously solid. India is solid. But when it comes to bowling, India is slightly behind. But once you have 170 odd runs on the board, then you can always put pressure on the boys. And someone like Avesh Khan and the other guys, they've played a lot of IPL cricket and they've learned. And I'm sure they will come good for Team India.
All right, interesting observation there by Harbhajan Singh, saying that slight edge in the bowling department is giving Pakistan plenty more to come with Harbhajan. But I'll tell you what, in the last 24 odd hours that we've been here in Dubai, the talk of the town has been none other than Virat Kohli. He's taken a 1 month long break. He's come back. All eyes were him when he was practicing yesterday. A lot of questions asked in the press conference as well. Now Virat himself has come out and spoken about that 1 month long break, and this is where he gives you insight in where he is at the moment in his cricketing career.
Asia Cup for me always has been memorable, and yes, the 183 definitely stands out for me personally, because that was kind of a revelation for me. 23, I could play at that level, and in a big game, Sunday, Pakistan, in a big chase, I kind of surprised myself, and then from there my belief grew more and more. And then the other game that was special to me and I remember quite fondly is again against Pakistan in Bangladesh, and I got 49 odd on a very tricky pitch. So these are kind of games that always stay in your memory. Pakistan se kisi bhi tournament mein the game, it's just what's created on the outside that you can't really ignore. But as a player, as I've said many times in the past, when you step onto the field, it's any other game for you. Just the environment on the outside obviously can pull you in, but that's for you to enjoy and get excited about till the time you get to the park, and then it's usual business. ब्रेक डिफरेंट सबसे बेसिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से तो ऐसी थी कि मतलब 10 साल में पहली बार मैंने 1 महीना बैट नहीं छुआ है. तो when I sat down and thought about it, I was like, wow, I haven't actually touched a bat for 30 days, which is, I haven't done that ever in my life. And that's when I sat down and thought, I was like, hold on. I came to the realization that I was kind of trying to fake my intensity a bit recently. No, I can do it. You're competitive, and you're convincing yourself, no, I have the intensity. But your body is telling you to stop. Your mind's telling you to just take a break and step back. And it's facts. I mean, I understand what Ravi Bhai has mentioned. He's mentioned about the workloads as well, the volume of cricket, how I've played 40 or 50% more than anyone in the last 10 years. I'm looked at as a guy who's been mentally very strong, and I am. But everyone has a limit, and you need to recognize that limit. Otherwise, things can get unhealthy for you. So this period actually taught me a lot of things that I was not allowing to come to the surface. और जब वो आई तो I embraced it. Yeah, there is much more to life than just your profession. और जब एक माहौल ऐसा बन जाता है कि आपको सब लोग आपके प्रोफेशन की आइडेंटिटी से देख रहे हैं, तो somewhere you start losing perspective as a human being. And I've always been a guy who's followed my heart from day one. I was a guy who was looked at as brash, and I was not mature enough, but I was true to myself. I never wanted to be or tried to be someone else. Look, our endeavour has always been to play aggressive cricket in T20s. Even in the past, we have had many big scores, and we have chased down many big scores, and we have won series in many countries. That cannot happen without having intent in the first place. But I think in big tournaments, you need more awareness and cricketing smarts than wanting to play a certain brand of cricket, because that can implode on a particular day as well. And we have the talent and the ability in the team to understand the situation and play the situation accordingly.
Okay, Virat Kohli, candid, you don't quite get to see Virat Kohli being so open about his cricket, his personal life, as he was in that interview with me. Someone who knows Virat very well is Harbhajan, who's right now enjoying a very fine tea, because we've been making him work too hard since morning, so he needed a bit of chai. I said, why don't you bring the chai here, because he has plenty more shows to do after this. Talking about Virat Kohli, one thing that really stands out in the interview he's just given, he said, for the first time in my life, in 10 years, I have never not picked up a bat. He said, in this 1 month break, I did not even touch the pad. Does that tell you that clearly there was some cobwebs which he wanted to remove, and maybe for him the best way was just stay away from cricket?
Yeah, I think he's done a very good thing. Staying away from the game obviously will help him. And it's a very old kind of a remedies. A lot of people have used it, and they've been benefited from the same thing. When you are too much into the game, with the kind of nature we know Virat Kohli is all about.
Intense.
He is just about, once he's there in the middle, all he wants to do is just, showcase the talent what he have, and he just want to go out there and win each and every game for India. And he was just probably too deep into that. And lately his performance, his runs were not coming. He needed some time off. I'm glad that he took the time off, spent time with family and kids, and never thought about the game for those 30 odd days. He took rest, and once you come back fresh, all you need to do is just look to enjoy the game. Virat Kohli have got nothing to prove to anyone.
Yes.
He's a champion player, a legend. Even if he leave the game today, he's gonna remain a legend of this game. So he's got nothing to prove to anyone. So basically, I want to say that it's a good thing what he has done, and hopefully we'll see, he starts scoring runs as well. He's very eager. He's always that kind of a person. You want to have a guy like him, when you're going on the field, that he will fight till the end. And yes, of course, I'm having a great thoughts and great, vibes. When I met him even yesterday.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you, Harbhajan met Virat just yesterday. What was he telling you?
No, just he was always, very warm towards me. We Punjabi, where we meet, we greet in our own ways. But he was saying that it was good that he sort of took the break from some international cricket, and his body needed it, his mind needed it, and more than anything, India needs him to come good.
Yes.
I'm sure everyone wants to see Virat Kohli scoring another 100, if not here in this tournament, but going forward, very soon we'll see him scoring a lot of runs for India. He's been a champion player, and I'm a huge fan as well. He was someone who made his debut when he was like no one. He was just 18, 19-year-old kid, came to the Indian side. He made a name, a big name, and now, we are so proud of him.
All right, that was Harbhajan Singh recalling the time spent with Virat Kohli. As I mentioned, he met him also while we were with him just yesterday, and they were just casually chatting. But as Harbhajan said, that Indian cricket needs Virat Kohli, I'll just add on to that. I think world cricket needs Virat Kohli at the moment, because we heard from Shadab yesterday, who's the vice captain of Pakistan. He said, listen, I hope that Virat Kohli gets 100. Of course, not against us, but I hope he gets 100 in the Asia Cup.
I hope against Pakistan.
That's true. So the big battle, India versus Pakistan, coming up. We'll have continuous live coverage on India Today. This was our special program coming to you live from Dubai, where the encounter is going to happen tomorrow again before the game starts. 1 hour before the game starts, we'll be live on India Today with special guests joining us. So see you then. For the moment, bye-bye from the entire team here in Dubai.
A visibly unwell Sonali Phogat being taken out of the Curly's shack in Goa's famous Anjuna beach. This CCTV video, taken at 4:27 AM on the 23rd of August, has added a stunning new twist to her death mystery. Sonali can be seen struggling to walk as she is supported by Sudhir Sanwan, her personal assistant, and the main accused in the murder case that has been filed. The BJP leader and social media sensation died hours after an alleged drug-fueled rivalry party. The Goa police claims they are in possession of videos that show Sonali allegedly being forced to consume drugs by her associates.
और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है.
The police claim Sonali appeared to be unwell after taking the alleged drugs.
करीब 4:30 बजे जब वो अपने आप को संभालने में नाकाम रही तो मुलजिम विक्टिम को बाथरूम टॉयलेट की तरफ लेके जाता है और फिर वहाँ करीब 2 घंटे वो रहते हैं टॉयलेट में, जिसका एक्सप्लेनेशन अभी तक एक्यूज ने नहीं दिया है।
The police have already registered a murder case and are
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
A party, drugs and death. What killed Sonali Phogat? Drug Sonali seen struggling to walk. Her aide is murder accused number 1. Sonali death mystery.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Sonali Phogat death probe explodes. Accused sent to 10 days police custody. Probe reveals drugs concealed inside toilet of the club. "24 hours to go for the biggest demolition. Noida neighborhood to be evacuated today. Twin towers charged and ready to be demolished." Police denies permission for comedian Munawar Farooqi's show in Delhi. Cops claim decision taken to prevent communal tensions. BJP ups the ante against Aam Aadmi Party. Delhi BJP chief leads mega Padyatra. BJP chants "Gali Gali mein chor hai." Cornered up firefights scam charges. News just coming in right now. We get you these exclusive visuals of moments before Sonali Phogat was drugged. In the CCTV footage from a Goa club, the accused Sudhir can be seen forcibly giving drugs from a bottle to Sonali. In the CCTV footage exclusively accessed by India Today, Sonali doesn't seem to be conscious in her senses. She seems to be stopping Sudhir, but Sudhir continues to give her drugs from the bottle allegedly. Those exclusive CCTV images now, viewers, on your screens. This is from hours before Sonali Phogat's death. CCTV images show one of the accused in the case who has been arrested, Sudhir, forcibly pouring something from a bottle into Sonali's mouth. The police, of course, claiming that that bottle was laced with drugs. My colleague Arvind Oja is now joining me live. Arvind brought us those exclusive CCTV pictures. Arvind, हमको समझाइए कि ये CCTV footage कब की है और क्या हो रहा है इसमें?
देखिए, इंडिया टुडे के हाथ ये एक्सक्लूसिव CCTV लगा है पोलमी, जिसमें ये बताया जा रहा है कि ये मौत के ठीक कुछ घंटों पहले का CCTV फुटेज है, जिसमें ये पार्टी चल रही है। पार्टी में सोनाली फोगाट भी मौजूद है और वन ऑफ द अक्यूज्ड जो सोनाली का PA बताया जाता है, सुधीर, वो भी मौजूद है और वो बॉटल से रुक कर कुछ सोनाली को पिलाता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। वो CCTV में साफ दिख रहा है। गोवा पुलिस का ये क्लेम है कि इस बॉटल में जो लिक्विड था, उस लिक्विड में MDMA ड्रग्स वो 1.5 ग्राम के लगभग मिलाई गई थी, मिक्स की गई थी और उसके बाद रुक कर जो सुधीर है वो सोनाली फोगाट को इस बोतल में जो लिक्विड फॉर्म में ड्रग्स है वो बार बार दे रहा था। अगर CCTV फुटेज को आप देखें तो इसमें सोनाली कई बार रोकती हुई दिखाई भी दे रही है और उसकी हालत अनकॉन्शियस सी है। सोनाली फोगाट वो उसमें दिखाई दे रही है। गोवा पुलिस का यही क्लेम है कि जब मर्डर केस की FIR रजिस्टर्ड की गई, उसके बाद जो रेस्टोरेंट है, उसके अलावा जो सोनाली की मूवमेंट थी, उसके तमाम CCTV फुटेज वो खंगाले गए, जिसमें ये जब CCTV फुटेज गोवा पुलिस के हाथ लगा, उसके बाद इस CCTV फुटेज को जो अक्यूज्ड है सुधीर, उसको दिखाया गया और CCTV फुटेज दिखाकर कन्फ्रंट कराया गया, जिसके बाद सुधीर ने ये एक्सेप्ट किया कि ये इस बॉटल में लिक्विड फॉर्म में MDMA ड्रग्स थी और वो सोनाली फोगाट को दे रहा था। उसके बाद सुधीर को अरेस्ट किया गया और जो दूसरा एक अक्यूज्ड है सुखविंदर, जो स्टाफ में था, उसको अरेस्ट किया गया। जो सुधीर है उससे ड्रग के बारे में पूछताछ की गई तो उसने ये खुलासा किया कि जिस होटल में वो रुके हुए थे उसी का जो वेटर था उसने ड्रग मुहैया कराया था। उसके बाद उस वेटर को भी अरेस्ट किया गया। उसके बाद जिस रेस्टोरेंट में सोनाली की हालत खराब हुई थी उसका CCTV फुटेज भी सबसे पहले इंडिया टुडे ने दिखाया था कि जिसमें सोनाली की हालत काफ़ी खराब थी। उस रेस्टोरेंट में ड्रग रिकवर हुआ, उसके बाद उसके रेस्टोरेंट के ऑनर को भी अरेस्ट किया गया। तो सोनाली की मौत के मामले में अब तक कुल 4 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया गया है। यहाँ मैं आपको ये भी बता दूं कि अभी तक कॉज ऑफ डेथ वो क्लियर नहीं हो पाई है पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में।
Okay, so the cause of death, of course, hasn't been specified in the postmortem report. Arvind, just stay on with us because we have more news that's coming in right now. Another Sonali Phogat murder clincher. Sonali murder accused audio has now been accessed, and on tape, Sonali's PA lied about drugging her and her condition. This is an audio tape that India Today has exclusively accessed. My colleague Arvind Oja bringing us that latest update in the fast-paced developments that are taking place in this death mystery.
वहीं हो क्या अभी?
गोवा हूँ भाई।
अच्छा, तो ऐसे कैसे हो गया ये?
पता नहीं भाई कैसे हुआ, मेरे तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
अच्छा, तो आप वहीं थे क्या, पास ही साथ ही?
और क्या, रात तो सारी रात तो राजी खुशी बतलाए हैं। ठीक है।
अच्छा,
और फिर सुबह 7 साढ़े 7 बजे की बात है, मैं 5 से 7 मिनट के लिए कमरे के बाहर गया था, इतनी देर में हो गया।
अच्छा अच्छा, कहाँ वहीं हो क्या अभी?
हाँ गोवा हूँ भाई।
अच्छा, तो ऐसे कैसे हो गया ये?
पता नहीं भाई कैसे हुआ, मेरे तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
अच्छा, तो आप वहीं थे क्या, पास ही साथ ही?
और क्या, रात तो सारी रात तो राजी खुशी बतलाए हैं। ठीक है।
अच्छा,
और फिर सुबह 7 साढ़े 7 बजे की बात है, मैं 5 से 7 मिनट के लिए कमरे के बाहर गया था, इतनी देर में हो गया।
अच्छा अच्छा।
My colleague Arvind Oja is still live with me right now. Arvind, वो ऑडियो कॉन्वर्सेशन हमने सुना, ये कब का ऑडियो कॉन्वर्सेशन है? और इसमें तो एक तरह से साफ साफ सुधीर सांगवान ये बात छुटला देते हैं कि रात को क्लब में कुछ हुआ था।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए ये ऑडियो जो क्लिप है, ये जो सोनाली फोगाट का एक नेफ्यू है सचिन, उसने कॉल किया था 23 अगस्त को, 23 अगस्त को इसने कॉल किया था सुधीर को जानने के लिए कि आखिर उस रात क्या हुआ था। तो आप देख पा रहे होंगे कि उसमें सुधीर ये बता रहा है कि रात में कुछ हुआ ही नहीं था, जबकि दूसरी तरफ इंडिया टुडे के पास जो सीसीटीवी इमेज है जिसमें साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि उस रात आखिर क्या हुआ था। जो गोवा पुलिस का ये दावा है कि जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज में जो बोतल से कुछ पिलाता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है उसमें एमडीएमए ड्रग्स थी। तो सीधा सीधा जो ये ऑडियो क्लिप है जिसमें सोनाली फोगाट के जो रिलेटिव है, जो उनका नेफ्यू है, वो पूछता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है कि आखिर उस रात क्या हुआ था, किस तरीके से मौत हुई थी सोनाली की, क्या आप उनके साथ थे। जिसमें जो अक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 है सुधीर, जिसको गोवा पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया है, वो साफ साफ कह रहा है कि रात में कुछ तो हुआ ही नहीं था, नॉर्मल बातचीत हो रही थी, न जाने अचानक ऐसा क्या हुआ। लेकिन रात में क्या हुआ था वो फुटेज इंडिया टुडे पर एक्सक्लूसिव हमारे व्यूअर्स देख पा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से पार्टी चल रही है और उसमें सोनाली वो उसको ड्रग जो है वो दे रहा है, ऐसा गोवा पुलिस का दावा है, जिस बोतल में लिक्विड फॉर्म में एमडीएमए ड्रग्स थी। और इसी आधार पर सुधीर को अरेस्ट भी किया है गोवा पुलिस ने। तो साफ साफ न सिर्फ पुलिस को बल्कि जो सोनाली की फैमिली थी उनको भी गुमराह कर रहा था। और ये ऑडियो क्लिप उसी का एविडेंस है कि किस तरीके से वो बता रहा है कि रात में कुछ हुआ ही नहीं था, जबकि जो गोवा पुलिस की जांच है, जो तमाम सीसीटीवी फुटेज सीज किए गए हैं, वो कुछ और कहानी बताते हैं।
जी अरविंद, शुक्रिया इस सारी जानकारी के लिए। अरविंद ओझा there bringing us those exclusives, that image, that CCTV image which shows Sudhir Sangwan in fact forcibly having Sonali drink something which the police say was laced with drugs, and then of course claiming to the family of Sonali the next morning that absolutely nothing happened in the club. Now the murder mystery of Sonali Phogat continues to unravel. 2 accused have been sent to 10 days police custody. Goa's Kohli's club owner is being questioned by the police as well, while drugs have been recovered from the bathroom of the club. The count of total arrests in this case is now 4.
A popular TikTok star turned a BJP leader. Her mystery death now drawing India's attention. The probe into Sonali Phogat's death taking more curious turns. After confessing to drugging Sonali, the 2 accused, her PA Sudhir Sangwan and his friend Sukhwinder Singh, have been sent to 10 days police custody. A video of Sonali in a visibly intoxicated state also emerged on Friday. The owner of Curly's club, Edwin, and the peddler who supplied drugs to the accused, Datta Prasad Gaunkar, have also been arrested by cops. The cops also recovered drugs from the bathroom of the club, where banned drugs were allegedly spiked in Sonali's strings.
In the Anjuna area of Goa, there is a restaurant by the name Curly's, which is famous for its nightlife. We are at this very restaurant because it's making headlines for all the wrong reasons. BJP leader, TikTok star and Big Boss contestant Sonali Phogat partied here in this very restaurant hours before she was declared dead in the hospital.
An eyewitness shared how a night of party and fun went horribly wrong and the glamorous woman turned up dead.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ आकाश मौजूद हैं। आकाश बताइए, आपको ये पता है ये पूरा मामला क्या हुआ जब वो महिला की मौत हो गई है? यहीं पर थी ना वो रात को?
हाँ रहता, हाँ
देखा था आपने उनको?
देख के भाई,
देख के अपने पहचान लिया आपने?
नहीं पहचान लिया।
हाँ, अच्छा मुझे बताओ, ये यहीं पर वो रेस्टोरेंट है जहाँ पर वो नाच गाना हो रहा था?
हाँ नाच रहा था।
Edwin and Gaunkar have been charged under Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act and are being grilled by the cops. Police sources told India Today that statements of more than 20 people have been recorded, including the staff of the club.
आज इनको जुडिशियल मैजिस्ट्रेट की कोर्ट में पेश किया गया था और जुडिशियल मैजिस्ट्रेट ने इनका 10 दिन का पुलिस रिमांड दिया है और इन 10 दिनों में हम जो भी एलिगेशंस फैमिली ने, इनके भाई ने एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं अपनी शिकायत में, जिनके बेसिस पे एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है, उनका सत्यापन करेंगे।
Cops are now probing how Sonali was taken to hospital by the accused in a private vehicle of one of the guests when she complained of uneasiness. Sonali's family, which has been crying foul from day one, is demanding justice.
जब दिशा में हमारे को कुछ मिलेगा वो भी नहीं जारी, फिर हम सीबीआई इंक्वायरी की वो करेंगे मांग, और नार्को टेस्ट होना चाहिए, फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए। जिस हिसाब से उसने जानवरों से बदतर, यानी कि वो तो फुटेज मारा है, जैसे उसकी मृत्यु की गई है, ऐसे तो किसी कोई जानवर को नहीं मारता।
खाना खाने के बाद उनको ऐसे प्रॉब्लम होती थी, फील होता, सुन्नापन आता था, लेकिन अभी इस चीज़ का तो ध्यान नहीं था। अभी हमने सोचा अभी थकान होगी या सारा दिन जब दिल्ली चंडीगढ़ जाना होता है, थक गए होंगे। पोस्टमार्टम में रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में उन 2 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया, 2 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। अभी ठीक है, हम सोच रहे हैं अभी ठीक हो रहा है, आगे और अच्छे से इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए और भी।
With the drug angle coming to light now, police are now looking at all possible theories, including murder over finances. With Pankaj Upadhyay in Panaji, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, this is the timeline of the Sonali Phogat murder case. On August 22nd, Sonali reached Goa with 3 friends. On August 23rd, the BJP leader, Sonali Phogat, was reported dead. Doctors declared Sonali brought dead to the hospital. Doctors claimed that cardiac arrest was the reason for death. Family members, though, alleged a murder plot. On August 24th, the brother of Sonali Phogat lodged a complaint in Goa. Goa police then registered a murder case. On August 25th, an autopsy was conducted in Goa. Her PA, Sudhir Sangwan, and aide Sukhwinder were arrested immediately by the police. On August 26th, cops revealed that Sonali was forcibly drugged. Now, cops identify the peddler as well who gave drugs to the accused in the case. The accused, in fact, gave Sonali Phogat 1.5 grams of MDMA drug. On August 27, the Curly's Club owner and drug peddler are arrested, and 10-day police custody is granted for all accused. News that's coming in right now. Sonali Phogat's family will meet Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar today. According to information, Sonali's family members have left for Chandigarh from Hisar. They may meet Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar late tonight. Sonali's family will meet the Chief Minister. They will hope to be able to seek an appointment and be granted an appointment. They are likely to demand a CBI inquiry into the matter. My colleague Pankaj Upadhyay is now joining me live from Panaji on this. Pankaj, the family wants a CBI probe in this matter. You've spoken to the family members earlier in Goa as well. What are they saying could have possibly happened?
Follow me. Initially, the family of Sonali Phogat were not really happy with the administration here. They were not happy with the government here. But once the FIR was registered and they saw how the case was progressing and the progress that was made by the Goa police here, they maintained that they were satisfied. Initially, they were maintaining that if an FIR is not registered, then they perhaps would even seek a second opinion in Delhi. But after that, when the FIR was registered, we saw how the family members maintained that they are satisfied with the way the government is moving, with the way police is working. And they said that yes, initially they had demanded a CBI probe, but if at all, they are satisfied with the way Goa police is working here. And if these 2 suspects, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder, are indeed pronounced accused and this turns out to be a case of murder, they will be satisfied if adequate punishment is given to the accused. But yes, as you are pointing at right now, they are meeting political leaders as well. Some of the members of the family have also maintained that this is a case of murder. And since she was a big BJP leader as well, they will be meeting the various political leaders. They will be seeking their opinions as well, and they will be presenting their side as well. But what I can tell you right now from Goa, the latest that I am gathering from my sources in the Goa police is that very soon a team of officials of the Goa police will reach Haryana, because the police here maintains that they are looking at two angles right now. One is commercial angle, wherein they want to probe more whether property dispute was the one that was in the mind of these two accused, which forced them to take this extreme step. And secondly, the political aspect as well.
All right. Okay, so two aspects that the police is probing further into. Pankaj, thank you so much for joining us with those details. Now, in an exclusive conversation, India Today spoke to Goa DGP Jaspal Singh, who revealed details of the probe so far and the 4 arrests that have been made in the Sonali Phogat murder case. Listen in to this exclusive by my colleague Arvind Ocha.
सर, सबसे पहला सवाल यह है कि आज किन किन को गिरफ्तार किया, उनके ऊपर क्या चार्ज है?
नहीं, इनकी गिरफ्तारी 2 जो आरोपी थे उनकी कल ही हो गई थी। आज इनको जुडिशियल मैजिस्ट्रेट की कोर्ट में पेश किया गया था और जुडिशियल मैजिस्ट्रेट ने इनका 10 दिन का पुलिस रिमांड दिया है और इन 10 दिनों में हम जो भी एलिगेशंस फैमिली ने, इनके भाई ने एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं अपनी शिकायत में, जिनके बेसिस पे एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है, उनका सत्यापन करेंगे और हो सकता है कि एक टीम को हमें हरियाणा में भी भेजना पड़े क्योंकि बहुत सारी ऐसी एलिगेशन हैं जिनका सत्यापन सिर्फ हरियाणा में जाके ही हो सकता है।
सर, मेरा ये कहना है, सुधीर और सुखविंदर को 10 दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी मिली है, उसके अलावा 2 और लोग गिरफ्तार किए हैं आपने, उनकी क्या भूमिका है?
वो सारा फॉलोअप इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान, चूँकि हमें इन्होंने किस व्यक्ति से ये ड्रग हासिल की उसको भी ढूंढना था। इसकी स्टेटमेंट के बाद फिर हमें पता चला कि एक कोई वेटर है जिस जगह पर ये रहते, उन्होंने इनको अरेंजमेट करके दिया। एक उस व्यक्ति को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। इसके अलावा थोड़ी माइनर क्वांटिटी में हमें एक नारकोटिक सब्सटेंस, एक जो होटल है जो शैक था उनकी प्रेमिसेस से भी मिला, जो टॉयलेट की प्रेमिसेस से मिला और उनको भी इस मामले में आरोपी बनाया गया है, नॉट इन द मर्डर बट इन ए सेपरेट NDPS केस।
सर, आप
Now, India Today gets you an exclusive ground report from Goa's Curly's restaurant, a private shack, in fact, which is close to Anjuna, where BJP leader Sonali Phogat was partying with Sudhir Sangwan and his aide, his associate Sukhvinder Singh. Take a look.
In the Anjuna area of Goa, there is a restaurant by the name Curly's, which is famous for its nightlife. We are at this very restaurant because it's making headlines for all the wrong reasons. BJP leader, TikTok star and Big Boss contestant Sonali Phogat partied here in this very restaurant hours before she was declared dead in the hospital. The CCTV that you see on your screen right now captured those footages of those crucial hours when Sonali Phogat was partying in this very area. Now, the CCTV footage has become of a crucial importance to the Goa police to help them understand as to what happened in the night time. Now, it can be seen that Sonali Phogat is being carried out from this very area. She's limping, she's barely able to walk. Instead of taking Sonali Phogat to the hospital after she complained of restlessness, Sudhir Sangwan carried her instead to the toilet here. Now, this is of crucial importance because the Goa police maintains that Sonali Phogat was made to sit here in this very toilet for more than 2 hours, which perhaps cost Sonali her life as well. Now, the police says that some obnoxious substance, which is now turning out to be MDMA, was given in a water bottle to Sonali, and that too forcibly. Police says that they have the CCTV footage to establish and the CCTV footages show that she is not comfortable and she is being given that drink forcibly by Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhvinder as well. It has now also been proven that drugs were recovered in a hotel by Sukhvinder and that he hid the drugs here in the toilet so that no one gets to know their planning. But the police maintain.
Sonali Phogat was a well-known TV star in Haryana. She was a reality TV show contestant. She joined the BJP, fought an election. Her husband, incidentally, also died under very mysterious circumstances a few years ago, and the police are now likely to widen the scope of their investigations. Their daughter now wants an investigation to reveal the truth behind the death first of her father and now her mother. Arvind Oja brings us this report.
The one and only OG card de वह तेरे नखरे जनाब फिटिंग आले सुट्टा ने तू पाना छोड़ दे एटीट्यूड ब्यूटी में लगावे चार चांद बूर के नु छोरिया ना लखना छोड़ दे
A celeb in Haryana.
OG card de वह तेरे नखरे जनाब फिटिंग आले सुट्टा ने तू पाना छोड़ दे
आप बीच में ना बोलें तो अच्छा रहेगा और आप ना बोले बहुत
A big boss contestant.
मैंने तोड़ा क्यों तोड़ा आपने मेरे को बोलेंगे आप तुझे नहीं बोला सोनाली फोगाट इज बीट
And a BJP leader. Sonali Phogat was a go-getter from an early age. She always aspired to be an actress. Got her first break as an anchor for a program on Doordarshan. While working for Doordarshan, Phogat joined the BJP in 2008. This opened many avenues for the actor. Phogat went on to work with big names of regional cinema, including Ravi Kishan and Jimmy Shergill. She also got a chance to feature in the 14th edition of Big Boss.
आपकी बच्ची को बीच में नहीं घसीटा, बल्कि आपने किसी की बच्ची, वो है रुबीना, उसको आपने कहा। आपने ये शो देखा है? आपको पता है कि इस घर के अंदर क्या-क्या टास्क होते हैं, किस हद तक लोग जाते हैं?
सलमान जी, मैं यहाँ ये नहीं करने आई हूँ जो मुझे गालियाँ दे, मैं उसके आगे काम करती घूमूंगी।
Sonali featured in a number of music videos and had a sizable following on TikTok. Sonali married Sanjay Phogat, who too was a politician. The two had a daughter. But the marriage ended on a tragic note. After just a few years, her husband died under mysterious circumstances in 2016. Sonali then focused her efforts on work. In 2019, seeing her growing popularity, the BJP gave her a chance to prove her mettle. Sonali Phogat was given the ticket from Hisar's Adampur seat against then Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi. Sonali, however, lost the election by a big margin. Controversial in life, her death too is not devoid of controversy. Her family suspects foul play in her sudden death in Goa. Her daughter, now a 15-year-old, is demanding justice for her mother.
मेरे को justice मिलना चाहिए, investigation होनी चाहिए proper, और जो culprit है उन्हें punishment मिलनी चाहिए.
The death of Sonali Phogat has opened a Pandora's box, leaving many questions unanswered. Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
लाख युवक जान गंवाते हैं हर साल लापरवाह ड्राइविंग के कारण।
Well, that's true. Speed junkies on souped-up motorcycles have been a recurrent menace in India. Country's expressways and roads are fast becoming the choicest stretches for bike stunts. Stunt biking on roads is now driven by likes on Facebook and Instagram. That's the hype. This is becoming one of the worst menace in India, which is costing lives. Road accident is one of the leading causes of death, disability and hospitalization of people worldwide in general and India in particular. Approximately 1.3 million people die each year as a result of road traffic crashes. As per World Health Organization data, at least 1 out of 10 people killed on roads across the world is from India. The cost of road accidents is borne not only by victims and their families, but by the economy as a whole in terms of untimely deaths, injuries, disabilities and loss of potential income. During the year 2020, more than 3,60,000 road accidents were recorded, causing loss of around 1,30,000 lives. Road accidents take place mostly because of overspeeding, drunken driving, driving on wrong side, jumping red light, using mobile phones while driving and bike stunts, among others. However, top 10 states in number of fatalities on national highways are Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Kerala, Maharashtra, Rajasthan and Bihar. This is in order as a report that was released by the authorities. Unfortunately, the worst affected age group in road accidents is 18 to 45 years, which accounts to at least about 70% of the total accidental deaths. So be careful and drive safe.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello and welcome to this special broadcast of Battle Cry on board INS Vikrant, India's second aircraft carrier and the first to be made indigenously. Over the course of the next half an hour, we will take you on a journey of this mammoth warship and explain to you the importance of having 2 aircraft carriers for India to enhance its security capabilities, particularly its maritime power in wake of the growing Chinese forays in the Indian Ocean region. This is the flight deck of INS Vikrant, quite literally a floating airbase with 15 decks. Behind us is the superstructure of the warship that includes the flying control center right at the top, keeping a close watch on all air operations. This flight deck with 2 runways ensures simultaneous takeoff and landing at one point of time. Take a look at this report to understand what the INS Vikrant is all about.
India's largest warship. A 45,000-ton carrier. It can accommodate up to 1,700 personnel. including the air crews and arrangement for even women personnel. The flight deck of the warship, 262 meters in length and 62.4 meters wide. The total area, 12,460 square kilometers. With 15 decks, including 5 in the superstructure, the ship has over 2,300 compartments. The ship's top speed is around 28 knots and cruising speed 18 knots. With an endurance of 7,500 nautical miles, she can almost cover the entire coastline of India twice without any requirement of refueling for 45 days. The Vikrant in its new avatar stands tall proudly after years of toil. It's the sweat and hard work of so many that's made this possible. Thousands have toiled over the years. The Kochi shipyard that had an expertise in building civilian commercial ventures took up the challenge.
Electronics systems, the warship weapons intensive system. Companies like Bharat Electronics, companies like Hindustan, HAL, BHEL, we all got together. So there's been a huge synergy in action. And that synergy, we are very happy that between us and Navy, we created that synergy in this country to actually create the belief in the country that you can actually deliver projects like this. The electrical power on the ship is 24 megawatt. 8 generating sets, each of 3 megawatt. Now this electrical power can actually, I say a city like Kochi, probably the lighting loads of the city can be taken by this system.
Refueling, without refueling, what is the distance that can...
75 days, probably like for something which people may connect. If you sail from here, maybe you can sail up to Brazil without refueling.
So, I mean, that would be... In terms of kilometers, how much?
I will have to check it up exactly, but then it's about 75 days without...
75 days,
correct.
One can reach up to
Brazil. That's right.
This takes India into select band of 7 countries: USA, UK, France, Russia, Italy and China that have niche capabilities of design and building of an aircraft carrier.
So in terms of maritime capabilities, operations, a second aircraft carrier, how does it change things? How does that status quo change for the Indian Navy with Vikrant coming in?
Our planners, since our independence, envisaged a Navy built around 4 carriers. Whilst it was approved in principle, due various reasons, it never took off. So considering our geography, our importance of sea lanes of communication for our economy, with our economy on a growth tangent which is unmatched in the past, it is imperative that we have not just the second but the third carrier also. So what does a carrier bring? It brings a potential to undertake operations in any type of scenario, from peace to combat scenario. All kind of missions, operations can be undertaken by a carrier.
Indian Navy's previous aircraft carriers were acquired from UK and Russia. India's first aircraft carrier acquired from the UK in 1961 that was decommissioned later was also called Vikrant. A new Vikrant is expected to live up to its name, that means victorious and gallant. As per naval tradition, ships never die. And in keeping with this tradition, the indigenous aircraft carrier is back in a new avatar with the same name, Vikrant.
Jayam Samaha Yudhis Pradaha. We defeat those who dare to fight with us. This motto of INS Vikrant is going to be the center stage of what Vikrant means to the Indian Navy. This is a clear message that Vikrant will not only embolden the firepower of India's maritime security agencies, but will also make sure that the adversary is always 2 steps behind. The Indian Navy will have 2 aircraft carriers soon working simultaneously. A big relief, since till now the Navy had only 1. But the Navy says a third one is a must. However, military planners are not sure whether having 3 aircraft carriers is feasible. But keeping in mind the growing expansion of the Chinese Navy, will the Indian Navy soon get a third carrier? Take a look at this report.
The commissioning of Vikrant couldn't have come at a better time. With growing presence of Chinese Navy in the Indian Ocean, enhancing maritime operational capabilities is the need of the hour. "30 aircraft, 18 fighter jets like the MiG-29K, Camel, and newly inducted from the US MH-60 Romeo helicopters will be operated. This will enable sea control far off from the country, both in war and peacetime. The new MH-60 Romeos are lethal in anti-submarine warfare. It will take a while before the fighters start operations. Vikrant will be combat ready by the end of the year, fully equipped with Barak missiles and fighter jets, taking off within 2 to 3 seconds of one landing.
Aircraft carriers generally are described with the propulsion and kind of launch capability they have. As we have seen, our previous 3 carriers were steam driven and we are GT ship. So this gives us a lot of flexibility of undertaking operations at extended range. Further, being an indigenously designed ship, this provides us the capability to operate various aircrafts and generate better sortie rates and better capability to evolve and execute various missions that we are tasked with.
India till now currently has INS Vikramaditya as the only operational aircraft carrier, while INS Vikrant should be ready for operations within a year. Indian Navy has been insisting for a third aircraft carrier.
The capability that we envisage is to safeguard our national interest. That, having said so, would include a third carrier to begin with. With the capability that we envisage to have, we don't have any adversary per se in our scope. With this capability, we would be able to take on any challenge, anytime and anywhere.
With 3 you mean? So with 3 aircraft carriers?
That's right. So the concept is to build capability, and if you are capable, no other adversary would think of having any misadventure.
On the other hand, the Chinese Navy has 2 functional aircraft carriers, with the third one expected to hit the seas soon. But will take a while for it to be fully operational, and a 4th one is also in the pipeline. Air operations are most crucial for an aircraft carrier, adding a punch to warfare capabilities. The challenges in these operations are unique, very different from operating air assets from land.
At the topmost deck of this aircraft carrier, this is a place from where all air operations are controlled, and we can see the 2 runways very clearly from here. This will give you an idea how exactly air operations will take place. The round circles with numbers, that says 3, it says 2, 1, those are meant for helicopters to be stationed, and the 2 runways are divided in between with a white lining. One is the red one, the other is the yellow one. 2 runways are there. One is a shorter one, the other a longer one. The shorter one for operations to be launched quickly when the aircraft can fly without a payload. But if an offensive operation is to be launched with a heavy payload, that's when the longer runway has to be used. It's still going to take at least 4 months for air operations to start on INS Vikrant, even though it's going to be commissioned, but it will take some time because the aircraft carrier has to set sail for air operations to be carried out in totality.
This compartment is known as flight control position, or in short FLICO. This compartment is responsible for all the flying related activities which are happening either on flight deck or in air. The flight safety aspect is responsible. This compartment is responsible for those activities. The movement of all the personnel, the safety of men and material, the safety of the aircraft, the landing, the takeoff, everything is controlled from this compartment.
So can you give us a lowdown on how many aircraft are going to be there on board at one point of time?
The ship is capable of carrying approx 30 aircraft in different variations, in different configurations. So at a point of time, it depends on which mission am I going for. So I can carry in the different configurations of fighters and helicopters.
With 1,600 to 1,700 personnel on board, this will be a mini city. They say the electricity generated just for Vikrant is almost equal to cater to the entire Kochi town. How life is going to be inside, we'll show you in this report.
An aircraft carrier is a mini floating airbase at sea which sets it apart from other warships in terms of operations, reach and complexities. From ensuring hot-cooked meals for 1,700 personnel on board to having all medical facilities. All needs are to be catered on board. Apart from the glorious exterior, the warship is a technological wonder.
Everything you look at it, there's a hospital complex on the ship. Probably the Indian Navy, because there's 1,600 souls live on this ship, and this would be the fleet would be revolving around this vessel. So the medical complex itself spread over more than 30 compartments with a full-fledged CT scan and operation theatre, dental clinic, telemedicine. So that is the kind of thought process that's gone on this vessel.
It might not seem so at the first glance, but the length and breadth of this flight deck is equivalent to almost 2 football fields. Not just this, 21,000 tons of steel have been used in just the hull of the warship, which they say is equivalent to at least 3 Eiffel Towers. That's just a small bit of information to explain how much effort, hard work and labor has gone into ensuring this mammoth warship is all ready and set to sail.
In spite of India's glorious maritime heritage, there was no indigenous warship design or warship building capability at the time of independence in 1947. It's been a long journey. Construction started in 2006. Finally, it will be sailing within a year. The earlier Vikrant has had a glorious past, playing a pivotal role in the 1971 war with Pakistan.
Being the first indigenous aircraft carrier, it means a lot. This heralds that India and Indian Navy is able to design, construct and operate this kind of a complex warship. It itself gives a boost to our indigenous capability of warship building. Whilst you must have followed up that last decade, we have inducted numerous platforms which have been indigenously designed and developed. A case in point being our indigenous submarines, our P-15 Bravo Vishakhapatnam class and other vessels. So this is coming of age, I would say, that we have started from a nascent stage and today we are able to construct an aircraft carrier.
At the bottom of the warship is the engine room, the place that gets the gigantic warship moving. The speed at which she travels is controlled from this place at the bottom of the 15 decks. The gas turbines is what gives Vikrant the extra power.
4 gas turbines are 24,000 megawatt each, so that's now 24,000 megawatt multiplied by 4. So that is 96,000 megawatt of installed power on the gas turbines. If you want to compare this with a mid-size tanker which we have built, that tanker would be only about 13,000 megawatt, 13 megawatt. So instead of that, you are saying 96 megawatt installed. You look at the electrical power on the ship. This is the propulsion power. The electrical power on the ship is 24 megawatt, 8 generating sets, each of 3 megawatt. Now this electrical power can actually, I say a city like Kochi, probably the lighting loads of the city can be taken by this system.
The hangar area is around midway to the top.
There'll be at least 30 aircraft, which will include fighter aircraft as well as helicopters that can be stationed here. It will take some time for that to happen, but we'll also show you how operations will actually take place. Once the aircraft that are parked here are taken out in this area, this is the lift, and this lift will facilitate the aircraft going up to the flight deck. And similarly, if the aircraft have to be brought down, it will be the same lift that will bring them down and ensure that they are parked in safety in these hangars.
Other critical areas for operations are the electric room controlling power distribution and ship control center. Soon the Vikrant will set sail, enhancing India's maritime capabilities. Not one, but 2 aircraft carriers will be fully operational.
This ski jump is the last point where the aircraft touches before flying. And this will make sure that Indian Navy fighter jets on board INS Vikrant soar high. And when they do so, they will make sure that they keep a very close watch on every activity taking place in the high seas. That's all we have from this journey of INS Vikrant ahead of its commissioning. Here's wishing happy sailing to the entire crew of INS Vikrant as it sets sail in a few days from now. For more news and updates, keep watching India Today.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes, donc typiquement un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant c'est des gens qui dans un entrepôt essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.
Hold your breath for the biggest demolition. 32-story twin towers to crash down. Endgame for Noida's illegal skyscrapers. Countdown to epic demolition begins. Will super tower demolition go safely? Big focus on News Track.
In 72 hours from now, 32 floors of the Supertech Twin Towers in the national capital will be demolished. The apartment complex has been rigged with explosives. The demolition squads are in place. 9 seconds is all it'll take to raise the buildings to dust. The last time India witnessed a controlled explosion was when 2 years ago, 4 apartment complexes were brought down in Kochi. What is set to happen in the capital will be much bigger.
In 2019, 4 high-rise buildings in Ernakulam, Kerala were demolished as they were in violation of the Coastal Regulation Zone rules. Four apartment complexes in Maradu were razed down 2 years ago on 12th of January. H2O Holy Faith, Alpha Serene, Jan's Coral Cove and Golden Cavalorum were demolished by an implosion in just about 12 seconds, over 2,500 kilometers away, and 3 years later, the same fate awaits Noida's Supertech Twin Towers. While a similar implosion technique will be used for Noida too, here's how this demolition will be the biggest ever in India. There were 4 apartment complexes in Kochi. In Noida, there are 2 towers. There were maximum 16 floors in the luxury high-rises in Kerala. In Noida, the 2 towers have 32 and 30 floors. In Kochi, about 122 flats were demolished. That number could go up to 1,000 for Noida. The Maradu flats were over 65 meters high. The Supertech towers stand at over 100 meters. And while 1,800 kilograms of explosives were used to bring down the Maradu complexes, it will take 3,500 kilograms of explosives to demolish the Noida towers. In Kochi, the buildings were reduced to dust in 12 seconds. The Supertech towers will be gone in just 9 seconds. This was probably the first time that India witnessed a demolition of a residential high-rise buildings. But around the world, controlled explosions have been used to demolish buildings. One of the most famous Seattle building ever, the Kingdom, was brought down in March 2000. Built in 1976, it was the largest building ever demolished by an implosion at the time, with a volume of nearly 700,000 cubic feet. At 381 feet tall, the 1972 build AFE Tower became the tallest building to ever be demolished using explosives when it came down in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014. The 50,000-ton skyscraper in the heart of the city attracted over 10,000 onlookers on the explosion day. And a wall up to 20 feet high ran around the site to help stop any potential flying debris. 2 miles worth of concrete blew up in unison in 2013. Built in 1997, the viaduct in the Chinese city of Wuhan needed a precision blast to end its 15-year life. Wires carrying 100,000 volts ran alongside the bridge and a gas pipeline underneath it to trigger the explosives in a sequence. Come August 28, India's national capital region will witness something as explosive and dramatic. Bureau Report, India Today.
Essentially, there are 2 towers, the Apex Tower and the Sian Tower. These have been charged with 3,500 kilograms of explosives. 9,000 holes have been drilled into the building, and that building at this moment is laden with explosive material. The towers will implode inwards upon detonation. It's like a waterfall effect where you're trying to ensure that it all comes down in the same space. And in a moment from now, the people who are responsible for bringing the towers down will be joining us to talk about what's happening. But before that, let's take a look at the costs involved in setting up the tower and taking it down.
9 seconds. That's all that will take for Noida's Supertech Twin Towers to be reduced to dust. For those who put their life savings in these homes, the demolition will be truly shattering.
The much talked about Supertech Twin Towers of the ATS is right behind me here with explosives 3,500 kgs that have been layered, and every floor will be detonated simultaneously on the 28th of August. It's going to be quite a sight for residents across to watch, and also a point of worry. Of course, the sound, the pollution, the dust that this would result in is something that residents are concerned. So many of them actually taking off for a weekend, not willing to stay in the vicinity until this drive is done. So most of those buildings that you see, ATS as well as Emerald Towers, there all have packed their buildings with white sheets so that they prevent dust from coming into those windows in the houses right neighboring to that ATS building. But it's very interesting to see how this demolition will be carried out, because it's been years that residents locally have been fighting for this to go down. And once this goes down, all that debris will be moved out to a designated location. Cars in the vicinity will be allowed to park at a special multi-facility parking allotted by the Noida authorities. So it seems like this entire demolition drive is fully under control by that company at Space as well as Noida authorities.
The explosion will also come at an explosive cost. At current market price, a 3 BHK apartment in the Twin Towers would cost 1.13 crore rupees at least. With 915 flats, the towers would have made more than rupees 1,190 crore rupees if all had gone well. The cost of construction is estimated to be 70 crore rupees. The demolition will cost 20 crores. Now, the bankrupt company is finding it hard to even pay for the demolition. Supertech is paying around 4.5 to 5.5 crore rupees for the demolition. The rest of the amount, around 14.5 to 15.5 crore rupees, is expected to be made by selling off the debris. Edifice Engineering, the demolition company, has 100 crore rupees insurance for collateral damage due to the blast. The company will cover costs for damages, if any, to societies next to the Twin Towers. Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining me on the news track tonight is Utkarsh Mehta, a partner at Edifice Engineering. It's the firm that is responsible for taking this tower down safely. So it's a 150 crore rupee company. This is what they do, demolish buildings. He'll tell us about the preparations that have been made. With us also is Rajiv Narula. He's a real estate lawyer, has been involved with several of the firms in the real estate sector, understands their challenges, pains and tribulations. We've got Anil Sachar. Anil Sachar is the Vice President of the Residents Welfare Association at Emerald Court. Nandini Datta is a resident of the Supertech Emerald Court. We've got Lavina Variani, resident at the ATS Village. So welcome to all our guests. I want to start with Utkarsh. Explain to everybody watching, because this is essentially just a tower coming down, but given the scale of the tower, there's a huge amount of interest in what's going to happen. So explain the kind of preparations you've made and how you're going to ensure that this tower comes down in a way that the buildings in the vicinity are not disturbed, and how does this compare with other demolitions in India and globally?
Right, I mean, it's now 6 months we've been on site. And we've here with our foreign collaborator Jet Demolition from South Africa. Overall, if you see, we are more acumen in execution of these kinds of engineering projects. Our past has some records and we have some precedents on this. But if I speak particular about this project, yes, it took us 6 months now. And initially we started with the designing of the building, the blast design, what we call. And then the preparation of what we tell today, around 3,500 kgs of explosives have been deployed. This has been deployed into the holes which have been drilled and cored in last 6 months. Precisely, it is 642 holes which we've drilled, which sums up to approximately 19 kilometers of drilling into these columns. Now, these explosives have been deployed. Now, when these explosives ignite, there's a lot of debris which would start flying. So, in order to arrest this debris, we've covered a lot of columns, all the columns rather, with wire mesh and then with geotextile cloths. There are various layers of it. Somewhere it is 4, somewhere it is 5. So this was the initial part of preparation, along with removal of all the blocks in the structure. So basically, when we start a project, we always see what are the hindrances which will arrest the fall of the structure. And where here we saw there were 3 things. One, there was the lift shaft. The other was the staircase. And then the third was the shear walls, the heavy shear walls in the structure. So this took us almost 3 months to prepare all 3 structures within the Twin Towers.
Okay.
And today we are sitting on a stage where we are almost ready. The explosives have been charged and it has been thoroughly covered by police so that no one enters the premises. Now, the second question which you asked me was on the safety of the surrounding buildings. Yes, that's the most critical part. That was the first thing which was seen by us when we first had a site visit way back in last October. And this was the first challenge which we saw, which is a 9-meter building away, that is Aster 2. And then we had a gas pipeline, a Gale gas pipeline running underground, the same plot, which is almost averaged 4 meters below the ground. So these two were the major challenges. However, one satisfying thing during the site visit we saw was we had some space between the towers, the twin towers, the Sian and the ATS compound wall. So that was one place where we envisaged that the fall can be directed. Now this fall is not a free fall. I mean, we have designed the fall the way we want it. It just cannot come down on its own. We've made sure in the designing part that the fall is directed the place where we want.
So we'll talk a bit about this. I want to go across to Lavina Variani because you happen to stay in ATS village. If our producers can just call up that graphic which explains where ATS is. So you're perilously close to this particular tower. Now, what are your concerns? You've heard from Utkarsh at Edifice the preparations that have been made. What are you most worried about tonight?
Yeah, so there are a lot of apprehensions, like you just said, that it's once in a lifetime, and this is one of the biggest demolitions taking place in NCR. And being so close to the demolition site, and I'm sorry I can't just show it to you from my balcony because of the lighting now, but we're just 60 meters away from the demolition site, and the apprehensions are many regarding the impact of the shock waves and the long-term impact on the foundation. I'm sure Mr. Utkarsh has taken care of the nitty-gritties, but still, as residents, we are scared.
Well, it's only natural, especially with such a big building coming down. Does it potentially impact the structure of the buildings in the nearby area?
No, I mean, I would say absolutely no. There are 3 reasons why I would be confident in saying this. The number one is we've done the predictions on vibrations, and that to a third party back in UK. The vibrations suggested by the report which have been submitted are very minimal. Now, that's the maximum where what we see is 34 mm per second. We call it as peak particle velocity, that's PPV. In Indian standards, anything above around 25 mm per second is anyways allowed. That's the first thing. Now, since it is 34 at a 10-meter distance, what we've done, we've tried to reduce these vibrations by making sure that we don't get the structure come down on the ground at one go. If you remember, you rightly said it's a waterfall implosion. So there's a logic behind keeping this waterfall implosion. So the first point of the building, which will be grounded, and the last point of the structure, which will be grounded, there will be a gap of almost 7 seconds. Now, I'm talking in seconds. These seconds are too long a period to create a vibration. So that's a basic design which we've
Rajiv
done.
Narula, a lot of the real estate companies are looking at this very carefully, because if this twin tower, once it's brought down, there are so many illegal buildings that have been set up in gross violation of the law. The fear is that this could become a norm. There's a counter argument being made that once such a big building had been set up, could it have been used for some public purpose, some charitable purpose? So you take it away from the builder, put it to some public good use, and allow for that to continue. This was argued before the court. The Supreme Court decided in its wisdom against it. But do you think that should have been a more reasonable approach?
No, I don't think so. So, to understand that what the Supreme Court said, you will have to just understand the nature of construction. There are about 4 types of constructions. First construction is as per sanction plan. Second type of construction is completely illegal, where there are no sanction plans. Third type of construction is where the sanction plans are there, but there are few irregularity, which is called irregular construction. So therefore, irregular construction has got 2 limbs. One limb is which cannot be regularized, like if there is no FSI available, or you construct in a CRZ zone, or you construct in a manner which is hazardous to the occupants, like you reduce the open spaces around you where fire brigade cannot enter, etc., which cannot be condoned, because there is a mandatory provision that these are the mandatory requirement for open spaces. CRZ cannot be violated, FSI norms cannot be violated. But if you have just enclosed a balcony, that is regularizable construction. But if it is irregular construction which cannot be regularized, to my mind, Supreme Court in Friends colony case, Kempakola case has rightly said that builders are violating the building law out of their own volition. It is not an accidental overstep.
Correct.
Accidental oversleep I can understand. But if you allow one building to stay, then you will have to adopt that yardstick for 2,000 other buildings which are constructed illegally. So how many buildings government will take over and what will happen to that? And lawlessness, there is no accountability. According to me, even corporation is accountable for that. But till today, nobody is held accountable. If corporation sanctions the plan, it is their duty to supervise that. If the officers take money or for whatever reason, if they don't, they close their eyes when the unauthorized construction was going on, then they should be made accountable. And then only this menace of unauthorized construction in the entire country will stop. Otherwise, this kind of, the flat purchaser suffers, the builder will suffer. I don't say builder will suffer because they are the wrongdoer. Sometimes they are the wrongdoer because of certain conditions not being complied by them. Certain permissions are delayed, therefore they keep on constructing. If it is regularizable, then it's fine. If it is not, then according to me, the construction.
Now, Nandini Datta, you happen to live in Emerald Court, which is also a super tech building. How does this demolition and the fact that this one particular builder and this demolition is so much in the news impact others who happen to stay in towers set up by the same builder?
So as mentioned earlier also, so I am a resident in Astor 2, which is just 9 meters away from the site of demolition. So knowing that, there is definitely some kind of uncertainty, which is, and due to that, there is definitely a lot of apprehension and caused amongst the people and the residents of our society. And I mean, because of that, there's a lot of fear amongst people as to what will happen, because nobody can guarantee, I mean, the situation where we leave our homes, but when we come back, we cannot, nobody can guarantee what the situation will be when we return back post the explosion.
So what are you planning to do on Sunday, given the fact that you stay literally just 9 meters away?
Yeah.
What's your Sunday looking like?
So we'll be going somewhere. Definitely we'll be going to our relative's house. As of now, that's the plan. But definitely it's a huge thing that is happening, because the buildings are too huge, and it's just right close to my tower. And there is definitely apprehension because of the uncertainty as to what will happen. Definitely, as residents of the society, we're taking necessary precautions and all measures to cover our houses, the glass panels, the doors, etc. And you know, covering up the fridge, electronics, and all the necessary items. But nobody can actually guarantee what will happen on the day of explosion and post that, because there will be a lot of debris, a great amount of pollution, and you know, a lot of residue that will be left behind.
When all this debris is in the air, the smoke?
No, it is. It would take almost, this is what is estimated, 10 minutes for the dust cloud to dissipate. Now, it all depends on that day, the direction of wind, number one, and the speed of wind. Today, we've been gestating it every day. We're seeing every day the forecast. The wind direction is towards the west. And when it's said towards the west, so that's in front of the road, and there's a park, Noida Authority Park there. So we foresee that none of the societies will have dust in their premises. That's number one. And this would not take more than 10 minutes to dissipate, because we'll be waiting for the dust to go. My team of 6 people will be there next to the buildings 100 meters away when they push the button. So that team...
She's 9 meters away. I mean, if I was 9 meters away from a building that's coming down, I'd be mighty spooked myself.
Rahul, I can assure you one thing. If I would have been permitted by the Indian law, I would have been standing right on that building and seeing the fall.
Sir, aapka to dhanda hai, that's what you're going to say.
No. It's not business. It's not business. I'm telling you, I myself would stand in the Astor 2 building. It is that confidence I can give it to this small lady, that you please don't worry. We are confident on the work which we have put, or the efforts which we have done for last 8 months. And to the tune, I can also assure you that is a lot of engineering, lot of science, lot of physics, lot of math, lot of consultants have put their heads in. And with this joint efforts, we're not doing anything haywire. It's a perfect, planned, engineered demolition, what we're here to doing here. And if I wouldn't have been confident the first way, I would have been, I wouldn't ever taken the job. So
and you wouldn't have been on TV so confidently, that
Yeah,
too. So at least he has confidence. Now, whether that's well-founded or unfounded, we'll find out Sunday afternoon. Hopefully, it's well-founded, or at least he has confidence in the service that he's rendering. India's biggest demolition clearly poses a threat to those who live nearby, or at least that's the way the residents feel. And these are high-rise buildings. You're worried about foundational safety. It's only inevitable. People staying in the vicinity have been asked to evacuate by 7 a.m. on the 28th of August. Residents of Emerald Court, which is just 9 meters away, and ATS Green Village, which is about 35 meters away from the demolition site, are anxious and mighty scared.
Indrajit Kaur and Nandini are neighbors living in Emerald Court. Their homes face the twin towers of Sian and Apex, scheduled for Sunday demolition. They and others living in the tower are busy preparing for Sunday.
तो बबल शीट से इसे मोस्टली चीज़ें जो भी कांच की हैं उन्हें बबल में रैप करके जो दीवारों पे लगा हुआ है which is not done with fastener thing.
टेलीविजन, फ्रिज, इलेक्ट्रिक अप्लायंसेस हैं.
फ्रिज वगैरह के ऊपर I'll put the bed sheet.
It's a big thing that's happening, and towers right next to our society.
That could be possibly sense of massive vibration, aftermath, aftershocks.
Right. But definitely it's a good news that, you know, it'll get demolished, and, you know, we'll have this nice space, because the construction is all illegal, so you never know.
And that's what you fought for.
Right.
These curtains have been imposed, and this is to prevent dust particles and the massive debris from falling inside the residential premises. Now, if I just could take out this portion to show you, in that black sheet there you see, that is the twin tower building which will be demolished. At several pillars, the explosives have been fit upon, and now all the portions at different places, calculating its physics, have been covered totally. And this is to prevent the shocks, this is prevent the shooting of the material when the blast takes place. And also there you see, the trenches have been dug out all around this building where there's a loose mud, huge amount of loose debris already is put out, and this is to prevent the vibration when blasts take place.
They will all have to leave their houses on 28th August. There is apprehension and last-minute preparations to be made. The RWA of the society has given proper instructions for the residents to prevent any untoward incident or accident. Rajesh Rana was one of the residents who fought the long legal battle with the builder and the Noida authority. Now he and his family are busy protecting their home from the demolition of the illegal construction.
कुछ लोग तो ये पारसना, सिल्वर सिटी आसपास के जो सोसाइटीज़ हैं वो भी बहुत हेल्पफुल हैं, और वो लोग कह रहे हैं कि अगर आप आना चाहें तो हमारे यहाँ सुबह 7 बजे से रात तक रुकिए, और जब सेटल हो जाए डस्ट तो आप अपने घर चले।
दूसरे RWS ने आपको मदद
कर रहे हैं, लंच, डिनर, ब्रेकफास्ट सारा अरेंज किया उन्होंने, बहुत अच्छा अरेंजमेंट कर रहे हैं।
Ajay Mehra plans to leave a day before the demolition on Saturday. Like all other residents, he is satisfied with the promises of compensation in case there is any damage to his home. The company response to carry out the demolition has been able to assure these residents.
टूटना तो है ही है, इसमें हम जितना अपनी तरफ से हम बचा सकते हैं हम ज़रूर बचाएंगे, और जितनी वॉल हैंगिंग्स हैं सब उतार के जाएंगे। क्रॉकरी, अलमीरा हम खाली करके जा रहे हैं, वो सब
घर में टीवी है, फ्रिज है, जो बड़े इलेक्ट्रिक अप्लायंसेस
उतार के जाएंगे, सबको अनप्लग करके जाएंगे, मेन ऑफ करके जाएंगे सारा।
On the day of D-Day, when they leave, the electricity connection will be totally put to halt, put to totally switch off. This is really gonna be challenging. The edifice company has issued 100 crore rupees of insurance for the houses of these residents. However, there will be perhaps certain apprehensions, though the safety and security issue have been addressed, but somewhere in the mind, the apprehensions will be alive until they come back and see their dream home safe post-demolition.
For the next few days, residents of this society and others nearby are busy preparing for the demolition of the Twin Tower. Once the debris is removed and the dust of demolition settles down, they hope to have sunnier days. With Ashutosh Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
So is the Residents Welfare Association in that area satisfied with the preparations? Anil Kumar Sachar, you're the Vice President of the RWA of Emerald Court. The Noida Authority, the CEO locally have made multiple preparations. The person executing this demolition seems confident. Are you reasonably assured this will go as per plan? What are your big concerns at this moment?
Yeah, okay. Actually, we have been monitoring this for the last 8 months, and our President ECO RWA, Mr. UBS Titotia, have been constantly being coordinating with the Noida Authority and the, in close touch with edifice and CBRI. And we are in the hands of government authorities and renowned edifice companies with us. And CBRI is also there. We feel that zero error will be there, and we expect this will be a very nice result, will be very successful. Because, and all efforts have been made jointly by us also to understand the things, and we are moving in the right direction. Now the D-Day is very near, and we are expecting a positive result and with zero error. And because
okay, Utkarsh, if it's not awkward, what's the kind of money you make for demolishing a tower like this? How big is the contract?
This contract, I would prefer not to, but it's media, it's saying somewhere close to 18 crores. But if you ask me, I mean, I would not put that figure right, but I have anyways overrunning the project. So
what does that mean? I'm not saying, why can't you answer how valuable is this project? Like how much money will you get for taking the tower down?
I would say, if you ask me right away, it's nothing, which I'm going to make out of it. We've overspent on this project.
Why? In what way?
Yeah, we have done lots of things apart from what was envisaged right on day one, just purely from the safety.
Surely you're not doing this out of pocket.
No, I am doing this. I can share whenever you come back. I can share the data with you once I finish the project. But as on
so
paper,
you're getting paid roughly 18 crore rupees for this.
That's how overall it's been envisaged. Yes, some from the steel and some from Supertech. Going because
as an engineering marvel, clearly Utkarsh is very excited. Everybody else is quite worried. And we'll see what happens Sunday. You're thinking of it as an engineering project. Poor Lavina is sitting there and saying, "Mere ghar ka kya hoga?" And that
Correct.
really is her concern, and only naturally so. So we'll track this very closely. For the time being, to all our guests for joining us, thank you very much.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today TV.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome to World Today. I'm Geeta Mohan and I bring you this special edition from Taiwan. Standing right outside President Tsai Ing-wen's residence, we'll tell you how she has been fighting an aggressive China, a bully who they're not going to succumb to or cower to. Taiwan is preparing herself on military front, on the cyber front, also ensuring that the economy does not crumble because of Chinese aggression and Chinese economic blockade. Here's a ground report on various places that I traveled to show how Taiwan is preparing herself, be it on the military front or for that matter on how they're trying to ensure that should there be Chinese aggression and action, how they're going to protect their citizens. Take a look. This is an exclusive report by India Today. We are here right outside the Hsinchu Air Base, a critical air base for Taiwan. In the recent past, during Pelosi visit, we saw Mirage 2000 jets scramble and take off from this very air base. If you see, there are hangars that are camouflaged, and all through the day, there are sorties that take place from this very air base. Mirage 2000s flying up and coming back. Given the transgression, the kind of movement by the Chinese side wherein they have been transgressing the air defense identification zone almost on a daily basis, and is the reason why, taking no chances, the Taiwanese government and the Taiwanese Air Force over here ensuring that sorties in the area in Taiwanese territory continue. So we see fighter jets from this airbase take off, go for their sortie and then return right here into the airbase. Taiwan's offensive capability, the Marine Corps, that's where they are stationed, and that's why Kaohsiung becomes a very important city, area, and certainly a target for China. The waters that you see over here is the Taiwan Strait, and across the Taiwan Strait is China. Look at the ships around there. You can make out the importance of Kaohsiung not just as a port and a naval asset, but also the shipping and commercial asset. That's the reason why we're seeing all the kind of focus in ensuring that Kaohsiung is secure. If China is to attack, that would be one of the first targets that China would be looking at. Republic of China's Coast Guard. Taiwan's Coast Guard is the first line of defense for Taiwan, to protect Taiwan, to protect Taiwanese territory and Taiwanese waters from an aggressive China. They have been working very hard to ensure that the People's Liberation Army's militia, the little boats that come in the garb of being fishermen and harass the Coast Guards to try entering and intimidating Taiwan, is stopped in time and they do not really get to enter Taiwanese territory. So one of the most critical part of the military infrastructure or defense line of Taiwan is the Coast Guard. And we are here in Kaohsiung port where they've been docked and they keep going for the patrols to ensure that Taiwan is secure. At the Kaohsiung port here in Taiwan, which is one of the most critical infrastructure for the country, we are here in front of the Coast Guards, and it's an important perspective. Taiwan needs two-tier protection when it comes to maritime protection. One is the Taiwanese Navy, and the other are the Coast Guards, who are the first line of defense. Joining me is Suyash Desai, who is an expert on PLA and how China has been handling this entire handling Taiwan, or for that matter, is provoked to the extent that they've been carrying out military operations. Suyash, many thanks for joining us here on India Today. We see Coast Guard boats over here, docked at one of the most important ports. Explain to us what China really does and how China is trying to intimidate Taiwan.
So for this, we have to understand how China works, how security in China works. Chinese security is divided in three parts. First is the PLA, which is their military, armed forces. Second is the Coast Guard, which is under Xi's reform, a part of PLA. And third is the their marine infrastructure, which is called as militia. So generally what happens is, if there is a major escalation, then PLA comes in the fourth. In Taiwan Strait, in South China Sea, which is also a part of Taiwan Strait, generally militia is the one responsible for harassing coast guards, other countries' coast guards, not only Taiwan, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, all countries' coast guards. Militia harasses them. But during the escalation that is happening right now, we see PLA aircrafts crossing the median line. This is important and historical because median line was first crossed in 1999, and after that it was next crossed in 2019.
Okay, and that's important. Why?
Yes, because it's a major escalation. Crossing a median line is a major escalation. Generally, if you see the pattern, there are overlapping ADIZs. ADIZ is Air Defense Identification Zone. So generally, even if China is practicing itself in its drills in its ADIZ, it can be interpreted as it's practicing in Taiwan's ADIZ. But crossing median line is a imaginary line which is between Taiwan, in the Taiwan Strait, between China and Taiwan. Yes. Crossing that is very escalatory. But since 2019, it has become more often, which is under Xi Jinping. Now, when Pelosi's visit happened, it has happened very frequently. So that is a major escalation that is happening. Why this is important? Once the median line has been crossed, Taiwanese radars are being alerted, and initially Taiwan used to dispatch their aircrafts as a response. Now Taiwan has learned that it is an attrition war. More and more things that happen takes a toll on Taiwanese aircraft. Similar to India, what is happening in India. So now what they are doing is they are fixing radar and targeting missiles just on their location, on their aircrafts. So this is a major change that has happened under Xi.
This is Shi Chewao Shetao, which means a tunnel that leads up to a university, an institute, a very important one at that today. But there was a time that this was built for another reason. Let's explain how. Now, the Japanese Empire had built this tunnel as an infrastructure project, which later on became an air raid shelter during Second World War against American bombing. If you see the tunnel, it's a very long tunnel, and it has doorways to enter into this entire infrastructure, which is huge because this tunnel is over an entire mountain, and the mountain has atop this mountain on the other side is the Marine Corps. Now, what is the Marine Corps? Taiwan's Marine Corps is its offensive capability, which means if China wants to strike, the first place they would be looking at is the Marine Corps base up this hill. And if that happens, then today, like during Second World War, when the Japanese used this as an air raid shelter, Taiwan has announced that this would be the air raid shelter for the people of Kaohsiung. Over here, Taiwan, the kind of provocation, the kind of escalation that we are seeing is the reason why we are looking at bunker spaces, and now Taiwan has come out with an app. The government has an app. Should there be escalation, should there be a real fear or scare, they can download the app and find the nearest bunker. That is a very interesting way of operating for all countries under threat. Let's just go across and show you exactly how this bunker looks like. It's a long tunnel-like structure.
If you go, because today is a close, so we cannot access this place. But previously I came here because I live nearby. So we went inside and we saw it's a very huge, long. So I think it's a big number. I don't know exactly.
Structure, very thick structure. It's built to ensure that bombs do not really destroy this space. And if you see these doors, they can't open. They're really old era. It was built by the Japanese. Must have been refurbished later, but Imtiaz over here has seen the space inside. How does it look inside?
Actually, it's very long inside, and not only, you can see a lot of gates are there. So for people, like if some emergency happen, so people can access in different gate.
This is Kaohsiung, which is on the western border of Taiwan, and should there be any escalation or Chinese aggression or provocation, intimidation, and that amounts to any action by China, this city is going to be under direct threat because they are going to look at landing. And if they're looking at landing, Kaohsiung is going to be the city. The port, the Marine Corps over here, certainly a target, and that's the reason why this is only, like Imtiaz said, one of the bunkers. There could be many more, and Taiwan is looking at building more and more so that their citizens are safe in case of an attack. In Kaohsiung, Geeta Mohan for India Today. Two different countries or two parts of one country. Confusing much? China is called People's Republic of China, whereas Taiwan is known as the Republic of China. Now, what China is doing today, laying claim to various parts of the Taiwan Strait as also many other parts in the region, clearly shows that China is trying to fulfill its ambition of one China policy. Then where does Taiwan stand? Let's decode the story of Republic of China.
Taiwan is the first island from the chain of islands in the Western Pacific region. And while we march down the history lane, it was in the 17th century when it was ruled by the Qing dynasty, the Imperial China. The rule lasted for about 200 years till the time when China lost the island to Japan after facing a defeat in First Sino-Japan War. Then 50 years later, when Japan lost during the Second World War, China gained back control over Taiwan, which by then have turned into a colony. Then came the era of civil war in China between the nationalists led by Chiang Kai-shek and the Mao Zedong communists. The latter won the civil war and took control over Beijing, while nationalists fled to Taiwan and ruled for decades. That's how Taiwan came into existence. But both point to this same history to claim different points. China uses this history to claim that Taiwan is a part of mainland China, while Taipei says it was never a part of modern China led by Mao's Communist Party, hence making them a separate nation. Then comes the neighborhood cop, the US, into the frame, and not being a fan of communism, the US recognized ROC, that is Taiwan, as a nation which got it a seat at UN, but by the 1970s, it did not seem to work out anymore. The UN then passed a resolution confirming the representatives from the PRC as the only lawful representatives of China for the UN. At present, for Beijing, the stand is clear. China is one land and Taiwan is a part of it, and it can go to any extent to rejuvenate its mainland, exhibit of which is what happened in Hong Kong.
The historical task of complete reunification of the motherland must be fulfilled and will definitely be fulfilled.
For the nation governing itself, Taiwan has made it clear it's not a part of China, but at the same time, it's not doing much to maintain a status in international community.
We will not act rashly, but there should be absolutely no illusions that the Taiwanese people will bow to pressure.
So now you ask, what's the neighborhood cop, the US, doing in the whole scene? The US on one hand holds the ground that it does not accept China's claim over Taiwan, but then again, even today, there is no Taiwanese embassy in the US. They have just vowed to defend Taiwan under the war-like circumstances. So now what differentiates Taiwan from Hong Kong? Once a British colony, Hong Kong as another missing piece that China mainland acquired in 1997 handover. As decided back then, Hong Kong was supposed to have 50 years of democratic life, but as soon as modern China got hands on it, it started imposing its legislations over the state, hence creating the unrest for the years to follow. Taiwan has seen it happening with Hong Kong, hence have no intention to give up to the China's one mainland policy. Also, being a nation so well on the economic front, Taiwan wishes to maintain its status quo. With Simranjit Kaur Renu, Bureau Report, India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
China uses not just conventional but more so asymmetrical, unconventional warfare against Taiwan. It uses lone wolves to attack Taiwan on a continued basis. On Spotlight this weekend, I spoke with Professor Zheng of the Institute for National Defense and Security Research. He spoke about how and the volume in which China attacks Taiwan as also lessons for India with the kind of asymmetrical warfare that China carries out against Taiwan. Listen in. The recent tensions between China and Taiwan quite evident in terms of what China's plans really are. But if people think that Taiwan is under attack or under threat now, that's not the case. Taiwan has been under attack and has faced Chinese threat, if not through conventional, through asymmetrical warfare, cyber war. One of the most dangerous kind of warfare that we see today. To discuss a little more on this, I'm being joined by Professor Yi Suo Zheng, who is a part of the INDSR and a think tank that also works very closely with the Ministry of Defense over here in Taiwan, and focuses on this unconventional asymmetrical warfare. Professor Zheng, if you could begin by telling us how much of a threat does Taiwan face on a regular basis from the other side of the Taiwan Strait?
Well, we face monthly tens of millions in volume of distributed denial of service, so-called DDoS attack. Beyond that, we also deal with a lot of China's state-sponsored APT, Advanced Persistent Threat Attack and infiltration. But it's on a daily basis, and we also terms it as gray zone activities, because it wouldn't go beyond the threshold of war. But that said, we are dealing with it with a whole of society approach. Since the internet is interconnected to internationally and domestically, so it's not just for the government to take a whole of government support, approach. We also connect and collaborate with white hat hackers groups in our civil society and the private enterprises, infosec, information security firms to deal with threats of the kind.
Right. What are the areas that China focuses on when they're looking at these attacks? What is the impact on Taiwan's critical infrastructure?
Well, as you mentioned, their major targets, of course, is our critical infrastructure, particularly critical information infrastructure that will have a huge impact on our command and control and communication system once we are under their kinetic attack. So before they initiate, in our scenarios, before they initiate the first wave kinetic attack upon Taiwan, they will probably, very likely, I would say, initiate the kind of information operations upon Taiwan. And but it would not end once they initiated the kinetic attack. The information operations will continue and go on over across the whole spectrum of the warfare.
That's all in the special edition from Taiwan. Stay tuned to India Today for all the latest news and updates.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Oh, sorry.
काम किया है जी, काम करेंगे, लोग हमें यूं ही बदनाम करेंगे, हमारी वजह से दिल्ली वाले हंस रहे हैं जी, समझ नहीं आ रहा फिर हमारे लोग क्यों फंस रहे हैं जी। क्या हुआ जी, आप इतने खास आदमी क्यों हो रहे हैं? बड़ी मुश्किल है जी, खोया मेरा दिल है जी, कोई मेरे दिल को समझाए ना। ईडी सीबीआई से बचूं और बचाऊं कैसे, बिल्कुल समझ आए ना। मैं रोऊं या हंसूं, करूं मैं क्या करूं जी, बताओ ना कोई। मैं रोऊं या हंसूं, करूं मैं क्या करूं जी।
झाड़ू लेकर आया था तो झाड़ू लेकर जाएगा, सबका नंबर आएगा भाई, सबका नंबर आएगा।
जो होगा वो देख लेंगे, हम तो तैयार हैं जी, आरोप कोई लगा ले, हम तो कट्टर ईमानदार हैं जी। नमस्कार जी।
The Prime Minister has suggested that the next 25 years could be an Amrit Kal, opportunity for India to move to the next level. But what could India 2047 really look like? What is a new idea of India in 2047? Are we looking at the possibility of a second republic, a new Indian republic, or are we looking at perhaps more of the same? That's the question that we are going to pose, and look at very specific areas where India may change dramatically over the next 25 years. Joining us now are two very special guests, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, congressman, author, public intellectual, diplomat. He's got a very long CV. And Harsh Madhusudan, author, investor, economist. Appreciate both of you joining us as we look at two sides, possibly right, left, and center. Give them a very big hand. As I said, we'll divide it into four clear segments. The first one, I'm going to be provocative right at the very outset. By 2047, will India become a Hindu Rashtra with a completely new constitution to the one that we had in 1950? Shashi Tharoor, why don't you kick off with that?
Well, I think clearly it's part of the agenda of many of those in the ruling circles of our country. The truth is that the constitution we have established a certain idea of India, which is what we always refer to, one in which all citizens are equal, whatever your color, your religion, your caste, your creed, where you were born, what language you speak. If you're a citizen of India, your rights were equal. If you belong to a religion other than that professed by the majority, you could nonetheless profess your own religion and propagate it. All of this is provided for in the Constitution. And as you know, this Constitution was rejected and decried by those today we would call of the Hindutva persuasion. They argued from the very start that this was an Anglophile vision of India. From their point of view, India was a pristine Hindu state, and every non-Hindu here was either a guest or an interloper, a bandit. And from their point of view, that entitled the Hindus of this country to throw these others out or relegate them to second-class citizenship. Now, the idea has been modified over many years of ideological debate and contestation within the Hindutva Sangh Parivar, but the idea at core remains exactly this, that we should be a Hindu Rashtra, a state by and for the Hindus, and Hindus defined as people whose motherland, fatherland, and holy land are this particular country. Now, this notion excludes, obviously, everybody who's not a Hindu, Sikh, or Buddhist, or Jain. Otherwise, because those are the four whose holy land is also India. For everyone else, you are going to live here on sufferance and on the terms that will be decreed by the Hindutva leaders. So when they say things like, well, we don't mind if you want to worship towards Mecca, but you better declare yourself to be a Hindu Mohammedan or a Hindu Christian. That already is a transformation that others are going to find difficult to accept. So to my mind, that's the direction in which the country is heading. But you ask, will there be a new constitution? I think that's easier said than done. I don't think it's going to be that easy to rewrite a constitution, the very constitution by which everyone in the government today has sworn an oath and which is upheld, whose basic structure has been upheld by successive Supreme Courts. But what the government has been able to do is, frankly, ignore some of these provisions of the Constitution, as when the Prime Minister goes off and conducts a Bhumi Puja at Ayodhya, or when he indeed does a consecration of the laying of the first markers for the new Parliament building. It's not in the Constitution, and certainly it can be said to even go beyond the Constitution in finding the head of government performing a religious function for an institution belonging to a secular state. But if they can do that without changing the Constitution, will they need to change it, Rajdeep?
No, before I come to you, Harsh, just to get this right, the Constitution has been amended on several occasions, including the word secularism, which in itself was inserted into the Constitution, and for 75 years, the Nehruvian vision of secularism has prevailed over other competing ideas. I'm asking you, as we look to 2047, do you believe that that Nehruvian vision of secularism will increasingly be relegated into the pages of history books, and through the Constitution Amendment, we will have, by 2047, a new vision of an Indian secular republic?
The word secular didn't make us secular. We are a secular country and society for thousands of years, and on top of that, our secularism is already enshrined in the Constitution without using that word. Otherwise, how do you have the right to worship? How do you have the right to profess religion? How do you have the right to propagate religion? All of these imply that the state is neutral about your religion. It's clearly at odds with the notion that we will be the land of one set of people, the Hindu Rashtra. And therefore, it seems to me, you can take the word secular out, it'll still remain secular.
No, I absolutely agree with Shashi. The word secular did not make us secular. The Hindu majority made us secular. If you look at India, there are two Punjabs. They are not together. Indian Punjab is very happily with Tamil Nadu, and Indian Bengal is very happily with Gujarat. But the two Punjabs are not together, and the two Bengals are not together. Why is it that? That is because India has always been a Hindu Rashtra. The difference is between Rashtra and Rajya, between nation and state. And the question is, how much does the Constitution reflect it or should reflect it? And that's a legitimate debate to have. But India has always been a Hindu Rashtra. As Sri Aurobindo said in his Uttarpara speech, that Sanatan Dharma, that for you, for all of us, is nationalism, just before he retired to a life of spirituality in Pondicherry. So it depends how you define the word Hindu Rashtra, but in a very broad, pun intended Catholic sense, small c Catholic sense, it has always been a Hindu Rashtra. Now on Hindutva, you mentioned about at the sufferance of the majority. The person who actually coined the term, the person who popularized the term, Veer Savarkar, he was very clear that everybody will have equal individual rights in this free Hindustan. In fact, he went to the extent of saying that we might even have proportional representation at one point in the parliament and all cultural autonomy. So the person who actually popularized the term, we should be decent enough to take it at the face value. It is the so-called Hindu right. I think right and left does not really apply to India, which is actually perfectly fine with secularism, that is religion-neutral personal laws, religion-neutral educational institutions, and it is the so-called secularists who want Muslim men to have 4 wives, at least legally, who are okay with polygamy for some and not for other. For Acharya Kriplani, during the Hindu Code Bill debate, told Nehru on his face that you are bringing monogamy for Hindus, take it from me, the Muslims are ready to have it, you're not brave enough to do it. So let us not use straw men to take the debate in the wrong direction.
You just raised that straw man, Harsh, yourself. Just two things very quickly. When you speak of Hindus as a nation, quoting Aurobindo, and when you quote Savarkar, Savarkar, by the way, said in 1937 as president of the Hindu Mahasabha that India has 2 nations, the Hindus and the Muslims, which is the words that were echoed 3 years later by Jinnah and Lahore. So the fact is that this notion of nationhood is an exclusive one. It excludes those who do not subscribe to the notion of a Hindu identity.
Was Savarkar not proven correct by partition? Let us ask that honestly.
Well, I think
Lahore is not in India. My grandmother was born there. My wife's grandmother grew up in Bangladesh. That's not part of India last I checked. It is a reality, it's a lived reality that those parts of the Indian subcontinent where Hindu majority stopped are no longer India. Perry Anderson, an academic, once attacked Nehru from the left, said wherever the Hindu majority stops, AFSPA begins. And Indian secularism is nothing but a version of Hindu confessionalism. He was attacking Nehru from the left, saying that Nehru was a crypto-Hindutva figure. So it really, and remember, Indian Union Muslim League, All India Muslim League, very much saw Nehru and Gandhi as Hindu figures. And Patel famously said in a speech, just days before Gandhi was murdered by Godse, in January 1948 in Kolkata, that what ek din mein kya badal gaya? Ki sare Muslim League wale Congress ban gaye. Congress was the large church, again pun not intended, Hindu party.
Big tent.
It was the big tent Hindu party.
No, but the fact is in 1947, Pakistan decided to become an Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Very clearly. And India didn't. Shashi Tharoor has been attacked by his own party at times for saying that India will never become a Hindu Pakistan.
That's right.
And you still believe that therefore there is a distinction, a firm distinction between the route that Pakistan chose and the route that India did. I ask you, looking ahead to 2047, do you believe India will move towards a point where on August 15, 2047, we will be declared as a Hindu Republic of India?
There's a struggle for India's soul going on right now. There's certainly people in and close to the ruling establishment who would like to see India officially declared a Hindu Rashtra. And there are people outside who resist that for precisely the reason that Harsh mentioned. If you equate your nationalism with Hinduism, what happens to those who don't consider themselves Hindu, but who consider themselves Indian and nationalist and patriotic? What happens to them? What happens to 180 million Indian Muslims or 28 million Indian Christians? The truth of the matter at the end of the day is, you either have a notion of Indian civilization as exclusive or have a notion of Indian civilization as inclusive. My notion, which indeed you're right, is Nehru's notion as well, is that ours is a civilization to which all sorts of streams have contributed.
What is that civilization? It is the Hindu civilization.
Into which various streams have flowed.
Exactly.
So it starts off, obviously, with what is totally indigenous, but we have not been immune. Look at what you're wearing, Bhai Harsh. Which Hindu invented these clothes?
I think Hinduism is universal. I think Hinduism is not just Indian.
There you are. So in that case,
I could do no better than quote Shashi himself. He says, Hinduism has no one founder, no one prophet, no one holy book, no one God, no one way of praying. He actually believes in Hindu exceptionalism. I am arguing his point of view. I'm simply saying you have to defend Hinduism. You can quote Karl Popper if you're not okay with Savarkar. I can quote Karl Popper, Open Society and Its Enemies, saying that sometimes you have to stop tolerating the intolerant. Let's stop being abstract. There are people who are ostensibly being oppressed, going out on the street saying, Sar tan se juda, if you disrespect the Prophet. And then we have comparisons of Hindu India with Nazi Germany. I don't remember Jews going out on the street saying they will go and behead Gentiles. So let us be very clear that this is nothing but gaslighting people who are actually being scared. And not just Hindus, liberal Muslims, reformist Muslims, Muslims who came out and said, let's be for free speech. Either during the Charlie Hebdo case or during the Nupur Sharma case, they were beaten by Muslims, and both BJP and non-BJP governments let them go and rot in jail, or they had to go underground. It is a collective failure. I'm not arguing on behalf of a party. The Indian state has let go of the minority within the minority, the liberal, reformist Muslim, however rare that creature may be. Maybe it's not so rare, maybe they just don't speak out much for understandable reasons. And unfortunately, the Congress party or the broader opposition has made peace with obscurantist elements in Indian minorities, which, by the way, are the global majorities. Indians forget that we are not all the world. We are the last surviving, quote-unquote, pagan civilization. Even the Chinese are officially communist. The entire world has been at least converted to Christianity or Islam, including Southern Africa in the last 100 years. I wrote an essay on Dharmatva, which Shashi promoted, just like he promoted my book, co-authored with Rajiv, A New Idea of India. One of the very few people, I must say, in Indian politics who actually debates with all people. So thank you, Shashi, for that. And I really believe that we cannot understand India without looking at the world at large. And global Islam is going through a crisis. Indian Islam is only one section of that. Since the 1970s, there has been a massive increase in Islamic radicalization. You can go to Kerala, you can go to any part, and what you would not see earlier, you see right now. In dresses, am I wrong, Shashi?
No, I've written about this, so I know what you're talking about. But the truth is,
and you're allied with IUML in your UDF.
You know, in a way, somewhere, the crisis in a way of the Congress party is being almost equated with the crisis of Indian secularism. Today's a decent day. Today one of your leaders, your sort of so-called Kashmiri Muslim face, Ghulam Nabi Azad, has left your party angrily. So I think what has happened, it appears almost that the decline of the Congress, which many believe by 2047 may not even be around, or maybe a much weakened force, leads people to believe that will we, in a way, continue to embrace the Congress's vision of secularism, or are we now moving to a more BJPized Hindutva view of our constitutional republic? I think that's what I'm asking. In the next 25 years, do you see those forces getting momentum as you and your party get weakened?
As I say, the Congress view of secularism is actually by and large the majority Indian view. And let's not forget that
it got warped by vote bank politics.
In the polls.
It got warped by vote bank politics of majority communalism and minority. You ran with the secular hare and hunted with the communal hound.
Look, you know how long I've been in the Congress? 13 years. And in these 13 years, I have never had any truck with communalism by any faith. I have not hesitated to criticize majority communalism, and I've not hesitated to criticize minority communalism. My view very simply is we've got to live together. I mean, I am a deep Bhakt of Vivekanand, who taught us very simply that Hinduism is not just about tolerance, it is about acceptance. The tolerant guy is basically very patronizing.
He was also ready to fight for Hinduism, you remember, right? He said, if you try to forcibly convert me, I'll go and actually fight you.
No, but what is the idea of Hinduism he's talking about? He said, I mean, what is tolerance? Tolerance says, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will indulge you in your right to be wrong.
We believe in mutual respect.
Whereas, exactly, acceptance says, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth.
Hinduism is exceptional in that way, and therefore, to preserve the Hindu character of Indian civilization.
So that's not just Congress secularism, boss, that's what our civilization, in my view, is all about. But if you have a different view that says that you reduce the Hindu identity to that of the British football hooligan, and you say if you don't support my team, I'll bash you on the head. That's not Hinduism.
But Harsh, as we end this segment, the question arises, is this going to become more and more of what is described as a majoritarian country? As you move ahead, where, in a sense, we have a parliament.
I'll answer you that very simply.
Where we have a parliament, for example, where the party ruling the country with more than 400 MPs between the two houses doesn't have a single Muslim MP today. Now, does that worry you? Should we be worried that the fact is we have one of the largest Muslim populations in the world, and somewhere or the other, every day there is a dog whistle or some element of demonization? Will that increase, intensify going into 2047?
First of all, the demonization is both ways. Like Sartan Sajuda, I just recounted to you. So it's not one way. Secondly, India is the only democracy worth its name between Israel and South Korea. Again, it's not a coincidence that it's a Hindu majority in this part of the world. Now, to answer your question, I fully agree, and I'm worried. I want to see a strong opposition. However, to see a strong opposition, the Congress, or whatever replaces the Congress, will have to give ground on the Uniform Civil Code, on 370. The Congress party has still not accepted the abrogation of 370. Kejriwal was smart enough, at least to rhetorically accept it. Now, if today I, as a median voter who's not a member of any political party, by the way, I cannot trust the Indian National Congress to preserve and defend the Indian national interests, despite their massive Hori lineage, because currently the people who are on charge, they just don't inspire that confidence.
But beyond the Congress and BJP, Shashi Tharoor, Uniform Civil Code, inevitably in the next 25 years, do you believe that a Uniform Civil Code is almost inevitable, given the fact that if you want equality of citizenship, have equal laws? Why should we, 1950s
Directive
India,
principles of the Constitution,
where there were concerns post-partition that Nehru may have expressed, which is why a particular direction was taken by the Indian Republic, is very different from India in 2022. Do you believe a uniform civil code is an idea whose time has come?
Look, Nehru said himself it's a very desirable objective, but he also said you've got to take people along with you. He had so many difficulties passing the Hindu Code Bill. You remember Ambedkar resigning over it. The fact is that when reforming religious personal law is the most difficult thing in a traditional hidebound society, change comes gradually. But similarly, you believe it should. He said 370 was a temporary provision. What we objected to, I spoke for the Congress and the Lok Sabha, was the way in which this was done and the manner in which it was conducted and the precedents.
It reminds me of St. Augustine, who said, God give me chastity, but not yet. The Congress's position on the Common Civil Code, the secular civil code, and I don't think the Congress is a party of secularism. It's a very bastardized version of pseudo-secularism. Sorry to be very clear. Panth nirpeksh is the dharmic sense of secularism, not dharma nirpeksh. You cannot be neutral to dharma. You have to be panth nirpeksh. You're not panth nirpeksh if you have different laws. Show me the religion, I'll show you the law. That is not secular anywhere in the world. Why is the Congress party either opposing it, or Shashi, when he has to speak in more global audiences, said we agree with it but we won't do it just yet? Why don't you get ahead of the train so that people say, wait a second, this Congress party we can trust? And by the way, the Indian Muslims will vote for the party who can get moderate Hindus. Because if you become the de facto Muslim League, even the Muslims will not vote for you because you're not electable. That's the only way to actually have a strong opposition in the country. For your own survival, you must actually become electable.
So Shashi, I've won my last 3 elections. Okay,
So Shashi, you agree with Nehru when he said a uniform civil code is desirable?
Yeah.
But do you also agree that therefore in 2022 we need to have a relook at it and maybe look at it over the next 25 years as one of the objectives to try and build a more inclusive society, have equal laws?
It shouldn't be a majoritarian code. It should be one that takes into account the views of all religions. I mean, there have been attempts.
Sure.
You come from Goa. There's a uniform civil code there.
So it's already
See
done.
how that worked. Let's say get elements that work. No, but there are elements of Portuguese law there that won't apply in the rest of India. Similarly, now we understand there's an experiment being attempted in Uttarakhand, but Uttarakhand doesn't have too many minorities. The challenge is going to be to take the interests of all groups in a diverse and plural society into account. That's all we're saying.
The Hindu code has already been constantly reformed. Increasingly there is gender equality in inheritance, in marriage, in all matters.
Supreme Court decisions.
And I fully support it. And the BJP, which is in power, has not once tried to reverse anything introduced by Nehru, Ambedkar, Supreme Court. If at all, they've gone the more quote-unquote progressive direction, saying we should have minimum age of marriage is 21, including for women. But the problem is society cannot run in parallel tracks. You cannot have Indian Muslim girls being allowed to marry at 13 because they've achieved puberty, because that's what Fatwa-e-Alamgari says as per the Supreme Court. But Indian Hindu girls can only marry at 21. Similarly, if I support, for example, going as opinion changes, same-sex marriage, but not under the Hindu marriage law, under a uniform civil code. Let consenting adults live a life of dignity. But you cannot put all the reform on the Hindus and say, by the way, a 13-year-old Muslim girl can marry if she wants, and that husband can have 3 more wives. And that is the law of the land. Whether or not it happens on the ground, I agree. We should not demonize our Muslim brothers and sisters. Most of them do not actually do this on the ground. If that is the reality, then why it's even more important for the Congress to get ahead and say, let me take ownership of this reform. What is stopping you?
Shashi Tharoor is caught between the devil and the deep blue sea because,
which one are you?
He's a Congress politician.
And the deep blue
he's
sea.
a Congress politician and a public intellectual, and sometimes those two self-images tend to collide.
No,
so
I'm not a Congress spokesman.
When you spoke of a uniform civil code, I could see the smile on Shashi, almost in agreement, but at the same time worried that what will my party say? Will I be the next in line to leave the party? Should that happen?
I'm not a party spokesman. You asked me to speak in my own capacity, and I'm doing that.
Yeah,
so I'm telling you what I believe.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to know that you do believe that a uniform civil code is desirable, but it should be done through a process of consultation.
Exactly.
Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, I think your party will live with that.
Thank you for the
I think he should do a palace coup in the party and take over the party. I see him as an excellent shadow prime minister, if not exactly prime minister yet.
Should I be asking that question here?
Can we move on to the idea of India?
Whether Shashi Tharoor wants to contest as a future leader of the party, it's been asked before. But linked to that, just since we are looking ahead to 2047, one more fear that is expressed is that by 2047, we could either be a single party autocracy, or we could be a country where, for example, the southern states are increasingly anxious that they are not getting their due in terms of the economic benefits being equally distributed across the state. They are the major tax-paying states of this country. They are the economically progressive states, but they're actually losing out when you talk of fiscal federalism. Do you believe we will be more unified come 2047, or do you see still the possibility of parts of India exercising their right to, in a way, express their freedom from Delhi? That we will have to now understand that we are different Indias moving in different directions.
Look, we're all committed to the unity of India, but I think it requires statesmanship in Delhi as well. You don't have to wait till 2047. In 2026, the 84th Amendment expires, and thereafter the government is free to redraw the Lok Sabha constituencies. Now, they can either do it in a way that they can say strictly respects the increased population in the Hindi belt, and give themselves, because they're all very strong in the Hindi belt, the ruling party, give themselves a 2/3 majority in the Lok Sabha. Or they can say we've got to find arrangements that take the rest of the country along. Because if they do give themselves that two-thirds majority, and the first opportunity declare Hindi to be the national language, thereby disempowering the non-Hindi speakers, thereby declare a Hindu Rashtra, thereby disempowering the non-Hindu believers, and so on. If they do all of that, you will have a serious crisis of allegiance. Because there will be people in the South saying, why do we want to be part of this experiment? Frankly, these are issues that people in the North have to be much more sensitive to. But if they have the wisdom and the statesmanship to say, we can make adjustments, but we don't have to put ourselves in a position where people will need to fear that, you know, Aryavrat has been recreated in the North and everybody else is a supplicant, subjugated kingdom, as in the bad old days. If they don't do that, they show statesmanship, there's no reason why we shouldn't be a triumphant, unified, and successful country.
Harsh, do you agree with that? Or do you think that there are real cleavages that are emerging in India between states that, for example, are rapidly pushing towards possible double-digit growth versus states which are struggling with population, with resources, with industrialization? So you've got two Indias or multiple Indias. You perhaps always have had them, but the inequalities, if anything, are only growing between North and South in particular.
I think there are multiple aspects there. We are seeing early signs of economic convergence between the states, coastal, broadly South and West, and the interior North and East. We are seeing early signs of convergence, Uttar Pradesh most prominently. But to answer it broadly, I think the fault lines are actually healing gradually instead of becoming worse. For example, look at southern movies doing so well all over the country. Look at the fact that it is so easy for somebody to plug and play, relocate from Kolkata to Bangalore to Mumbai to Delhi and vice versa. That kind of broad basing of the middle class kind of fungibility was not there earlier. Earlier it was the ICS, then the IAS, which actually, and you know, before that, you could argue the Brahmins of the country, the sacred geography. You know, somebody would go and be a Pandit in Uttar Kashi from the south or vice versa. You know, Diana Ek wrote the Sacred Geography of India, and many Indian authors wrote as well. So I don't agree with the notion that we are falling apart, precisely because the notion of civilizational awareness, of what keeps us united, is very much there and actually becoming stronger as the fault lines of caste and language actually go less and less. There is a lot of politics on language, I will grant you that. I don't think anybody will ever declare Hindi as a national language. If at all, Sanskrit at some point could become a link language. But it is important to understand that it is Hindi plus English, some kind of Creole there, has become the de facto language of the street in most Indian cities. That is an organic process. It has not been enforced by anybody, and that is how it should be. But I do not support having one language for the entire country, and I don't think anybody sensible in the BJP does so.
So but every session of Parliament, some BJP MP stands up and says...
There are so many MPs. If you had so many MPs, you'd also have some people saying silly things.
So let's be clear. Do you think the Indian state, in a sense, is behind civil society? Civil society, in its own way, is organically integrating. North and South are integrating. It's the Indian state which perhaps is a step behind. Do you believe that the Indian state needs to recognize in a way that perhaps the gap between Delhi and South India, or Thiruvananthapuram, needs to be bridged?
Look, Bollywood is actually doing a better job in promoting Hindi than the Hindi Prachar Sabha. I mean, the fact is that you can have all these committees to promote Hindi coming out of Delhi. But if people need to understand some Hindi to follow their favorite films, that'll be enough for them to have an incentive to acquire it. I mean, why do people learn languages? Because it's useful for them in some way. If you make it obligatory that you can't deal with the government without knowing Hindi, or you can't deal with officialdom, you can't deal with the courts, then you have people's backs coming up. Whereas, yes, English isn't anybody's first language in the South or the North, but at least everyone's at an equal advantage or disadvantage. Everyone has to make the same effort to learn it. Therefore, it becomes a useful link language. That's the concept.
So basically, 2047, you see a more unified, harmonious India.
I'm saying it can be possible, provided those who are ruling India show the wisdom and statesmanship required to recognize it.
Basically, you're asking the public...
Don't pander to the worst elements within your ruling party movement.
Basically, you're asking, make us the ruling party once again.
Oh, that'll be very welcome, absolutely.
I don't know whether that'll happen by 2047, but you know what?
Thank you. I won't be around to find out, but thank you very much.
Neither will the Congress.
You know, but the fact is, equality is the other notion which was part of the very basis of the first Indian Republic, was that equality of citizenship. But if you look at income inequalities, for example, and that is the big challenge, 10% of our population accounts for 58% of this country's national income. And the income inequalities have only seemed to be widening at one level. You've got this great Indian middle class that has emerged. You've got millions of people who've been lifted out of poverty, but you still have sharp income inequalities. Do you see that as one of the fractures that could widen in the next 25 years? Or do you believe that as the economy grows, the fact is we will have those inequalities also lessening?
So I think there are a couple of aspects there. Inequality per se, and then opportunity/mobility. I think inequality, if you take a longer lens, Mughal period, British period, the Nehruvian socialist period, where of course a lot of the wealth at the top was not reported, by the way, because you had 97% taxes. I don't think inequality in that sense is increasing. In the last 20-30 years, perhaps yes. Remember, the top Indian talent pool is globally mobile. They can work in Bangalore and show up, inequality numbers, or they can go to San Francisco, in which case you lose the taxes, but the inequality number goes down. What would you rather have? That's one. Secondly, it's more important to have broad-based opportunity and socio-economic mobility. Now, on that case, for example, the fact that we are finally focusing on toilets, we're finally focusing on roads, we're finally focusing on electricity at the last level, drinking water at the last level. That is actually a real investment in human capital. I mean, I say that some of the most obvious Amartya Sen ideas have actually been implemented by the Narendra Modi government. And I think one of the reasons that has happened is, let us be honest, he actually comes from the socio-economic background. It was perhaps not obvious to the earlier government that this should be done. And when it was being done, it was done in a very kind of noblesse oblige manner, kind of very condescending top-down manner. So it is very important to understand why
but with due regard, Harsh, let's be honest, road infrastructure didn't start in 2014.
No, I'm not saying
it almost
accelerated.
I mean, it almost at times seems, even sometimes when I read your book, it almost as if India is, the Indian Republic has got independence after 2014, which it hasn't. Many of these ideas were before.
India also did not start in 1947, which is what it seems like when you listen to Nehruvians. But let me just simply say that, of course, a lot of work happened earlier, but the fact that this final human capability has been bank accounts, especially women getting it. Why was this not done earlier? Why was drinking water not a focus earlier?
The bank accounts were done earlier, but I'm actually not going to argue on one important point. I think that if you look at the hardware of development, the ports, the roads, the infrastructure, the railways, all of these things, this government is paying attention. And I will not criticize them. They've been giving it priority. But when it comes to the software of development, the fact that you still haven't seen an improvement in at least 250 million of our people do not have a primary healthcare center within 5 kilometers walk of their places of residence, a place where they can actually get a nurse or a doctor and medicines. So that's going to be an injustice that needs to be addressed. You need decent schools for our people. Our government schools are not decent, massive teacher absenteeism, lots of problems. So the ordinary person in India is not getting the education that will enable them to take advantage of the opportunities that the world offers them. So education and healthcare both need serious attention. Skill development for those who can't hack a conventional education. Why haven't we engaged the private sector much more? Getting companies of a certain size to compulsorily offer vocational training if necessary, with certificates attached, so people can then have the capacity to move and get jobs done. These are the things that I would truly call human capital, and I think that's what Amartya Sen meant as well, is talking about the things that improve the quality of life of human beings. I want every Indian to be able by 2047 to take 3 meals a day for granted, to be guaranteed that there'll be a roof over their heads against the rain or the sun, and at the same time to be able to educate their kids, be taken care of without going bankrupt when they're sick, and have the capacity to dream of a better life for themselves and their children. That's what we need to achieve. That's true development. The roads and highways and bridges are great, they're important, but they can only work as a means to this larger end. The larger end is a better life for ordinary Indians. Let these people have a decent job, the prospect of a better one, the ability to dream and think of a better future. That, if you like, is the essential Nehruvian vision, is standing for a better future for every Indian. And that's what I believe in.
Good, you're still a Nehruvian. You're the last Nehruvian, but in a way. But Harsh, there is much in what Shashi Tharoor says, that while we are focusing on the hardware of development in the last 8 years, the software at times has been lost out. Education, key factor. You know, access to internet in schools is still 19% all over India. Only 14% in rural compared to 42% in urban areas. Now, I know that the task is gargantuan, but there's a sense that we still haven't paid enough attention to education and healthcare, and we were exposed rudely in this very city during the second wave of COVID, for example. The sense is that these are still critical. Do you believe that there will be a marked shift in the next 25 years towards the software that we need?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Do you really see that happening?
Absolutely, and I think it has to happen. I would say it's already happening. For example, deworming, because I worked for MIT Poverty Action Lab long way back, was a massive success in India, completely underreported, which has massively increased student productivity at schools. Deworming was done at a nation level by the Modi government. Now, on education, I agree that it has been one of the less prioritized ministries. Just like Shashi conceded physical infrastructure was a good job, I would also concede that the soft part was not done very well. But, you know, they have more years, and it looks like they'll have more years in 2024 beginning as well. So we'll see where that goes.
We can help.
I must say one thing, that actually on the health side, the digital public goods, for example, the way this vaccination was done, for now 2 billion vaccines and counting. And it is a fact that my friends in the US, they never really had this kind of ease for their verification of vaccination, to go and show into the airport, etc. On the internet part, I agree, much more needs to be done. But remember, the national telecom policy of Vajpayee government is what actually led to the massive rise in internet connectivity. And right now, after Jio, so it's not just the government, it's the private sector as well. We have the world's cheapest internet and the most downloaded gigabytes per person in the world. Now, how much of that is salubrious or not, I don't know. But a lot of good stuff is happening.
The speed is
beyond out.
No, almost 40% of digital payments are coming out of India, which is quite remarkable.
India has leapfrogged even China on that. So this has not happened without technocrats at the government, including, by the way, people like Nandan Nilekani, who are not part of the BJP, who had earlier fought a ticket on the Congress. So it's a bipartisan effort in that sense, but promoted primarily by the Modi government.
So are you saying the idea of India in 2047 would be of a fully developed country? The Prime Minister in his Independence Day address said that, you know, this is not about India becoming a developing country, but a developed country. But when I look at the numbers, we're way below. You know, look at per capita income of India, $2,000 odd dollars versus 12,000, which is the global average. So we are way below, and it takes about a decade to double. So we are not going to get anywhere close to what the Prime Minister's definition of a developed country by 2047 would be. My point is...
I disagree on that.
Where do you see us, for example, in 2047?
See, the per capita income dollar terms actually depends a lot on the currency exchange, which is cyclical. So let's not go into that. But primarily, you have to look at Indian per capita incomes as a percentage of the global average. And we bottomed out, for example, compared to the US, at 1% in the 1990s. We're close to 3-4% right now, and it's very rapidly increasing. So it's like a classic exponential curve. It seems flat until it suddenly goes parabolic. So I would be patient on that. We are consistently having good per capita growth rate. Unlike UPA 1 and UPA 2, there have been a lot of structural reforms done. The GST could not be passed by the UPA government. It was passed by the BJP government for all its warts and all. Similarly,
because of the resistance of the Chief Minister of Gujarat. That's why it wasn't passed by the UPA government.
Well, you were not able to convince him, but he was able to convince your Chief Ministers. Why was that? Because he used the Finance Commission for that.
Because where you stand on these matters depends on where you sit.
And how you prioritize it.
When he sat in Racecourse Road, his position changed.
The reason is because he guaranteed 5 years of GST payment to the states, and that's a decision the Congress government refused to take. On GST, on IBC is a massive reform which has totally unblocked our banking system. So these are big structural reforms, slow moving, they go through our jurisprudence, they set precedent and case. It takes a long time, but it has all happened, and there is a lot of tailwinds. I always say right now the India story as an investor, speaking as an investor right now, it's like a spring that's about to be unleashed. And there's a lot of short-term pain, a lot of long-term gain. And in this case, I'm going to eat my cooking. So, you know, I have massive skin in the game. So we'll find out. My third book is called Long India, and that's what I'm writing about.
You know, Shashi Tharoor, in that sense, and as we sort of wind down, do you believe India will be a better place to live in 2047 than it is today in 2022? I mean, if we ask this question possibly at the dawn of independence in 1947, and you looked 75 years later, you'd probably think the glass is half full and not just half empty. Your sense, do you believe India will be a better place to live in? There are serious challenges on the environmental front. I mentioned income inequalities, which are stark. There are possible north versus south challenges between states that are moving much faster than the rest. Do you believe we will be a better place to live in? And therefore the idea, the new idea of India, as you see it, in 2047 will make India a better place to live in?
It could be, but it will also depend on whether we can preserve social harmony and social peace. In other words, I think on the economic front we've grown in every respect, every yardstick. I mean, Britain left us as a country with 16% literacy, 8% for women, 90% of people below the poverty line, and a life expectancy of 27. We've already come a long way from there. Okay, so your literacy rate is 82%, your life expectancy is 70, your maternal and child health and mortality figures are down. Everything is by and large in a transformative position. Of course, you still have people below the poverty line who frankly have done badly in the last few years, especially since demonetization and the COVID lockdown. But hopefully we can redress those and pull themselves up again. But the bigger question, it seems to me, is we don't want to be a country where you ask the question, are you better off? And the answer comes, well, it depends on you if you're a Muslim or not. I mean, the truth is, we should be a country where everyone is better off. We can be, but you've got to preserve social peace and harmony and get beyond this majoritarian communal bigotry that is poisoning the atmosphere.
You see that as the biggest challenge over the next 25 years, preserving India's unique social harmony and diversity?
I see it right now, Rajdeep. He talked about us betraying the liberal Muslims. I have liberal Muslim friends. I have a Muslim friend who's married to a Hindu who came to me and said, my son was told by his classmates, I can't play with you because your family is Muslim. And she was in a state of shock when she told me this, and she was not the only case. This kind of toxicity that has gone into our society, this has to be pulled out. Otherwise, we're going to poison ourselves. And then, indeed, there will be a question of whether we are better off, we're leading a better life in the future or not.
Let me just juxtapose take forward what Shashi said in a way, because sometimes it appears our governance priorities are horribly misplaced. I drove from Bengaluru to Mysuru the other day. The road was terribly potholed, potholes everywhere. And what is happening with the ruling party in Karnataka? They're taking out a Savarkar Yatra. I wonder where the Savarkar Yatra fits in with basic governance. Where you've got contractors accusing the government of being a 40% commission government. Now, every Indian city you go to, potholes is a major problem. From Mumbai to Bengaluru, this is not just about Karnataka. And then you hear of Savarkar Yatras taking place, you hear of religious processions, you hear of Muslim traders not being allowed at religious festivals in Karnataka. So, Harsh, you're pointing out to our civilizational greatness, but on the ground, look at the reality. We seem to be forgetting. The average person not interested in what happened 1,000 years ago. He is living with the here and now. And we seem to have completely misplaced
we are actually issuing threats to each other about people who lived more than 1,000 years ago. So what you're saying is not factually correct. We are issuing threats to each other based on disrespect, apparent disrespect, to people who lived more than 1,000 years ago. So history is very much relevant, whether Naipaul was absolutely correct on that. In terms of roads...
No, I'm saying governance versus overt religiosity.
I think it's a false binary. If you like good expressways, Yogi Adityanath is going to be your favorite chief minister. Uttar Pradesh by far has the largest network of expressways in India, and it's only growing by leaps and bounds. So there is no versus Savarkar there. So
many of those started under Akhilesh Yadav also.
Again, he'll get more 5 years so that we can discuss more expressways going forward. But let me answer, and more seriously, let me answer this question. I think it is the unique contribution of Dharma to focus on fraternity. The problem with Western political philosophy is we're so focused on liberty versus equality, right? Like John Rawls to now the woke politics we are seeing. They forgot what keeps societies together. Hinduism is a very kind of problematic term in the sense we don't understand what we're talking about. Radhakrishnan used to call Hinduism a commonwealth of religions, not religion. A commonwealth of religions. It is the superstructure, the operating system that allows people to live with mutual respect. People who are threatening that operating system will face resistance. And unfortunately, on the ground, it sometimes gets ugly.
No, but Radhakrishnan's Hinduism is very different, Harsh, from the Hindutva that is being practiced at...
That is what you're not understanding. The same people who voted for the Congress who are now voting for the BJP.
Forget voting preferences for a moment.
But
the Hindutva of the political style that we are seeing today versus the philosophical, spiritual Hinduism that Radhakrishnan spoke about cannot be compared. I'm just asking.
And I've written a couple of books about.
No, as we look ahead to 2047, are we going to see the fault lines increasing based on historical battles that have to be fought over Tipu Sultan?
So, for example,
over Savarkar,
when
over basic governance.
When Shashi writes against British colonialism, remember they were British Christian colonialists. Nobody in India thinks that we are speaking against Indian Christians. So if somebody speaks against primarily Turkic Muslims, but also Afghan, Arab, Iranian occasionally, why do we assume we are speaking against Indian Muslims? The problem is if somebody today defends Aurangzeb, when we can see what is the reality of Kashi in front of our eyes, we can see the direction in which Nandi is facing. The problem is not in the past. The past is not yet past. That is the issue. There is no closure there.
It's not past because you're not willing to put closure.
Indian Union Muslim League partner of the Congress in Kerala supported the decision to convert Hagia Sophia to a full mosque. Let us ask him, is he okay with Ayodhya, Kashi, Mathura being all mandirs? And if not, why not? Remember, Somnath was converted, brought back to its glory by the Congress party, by K.M. Munshi, by Mahatma Gandhi's permission. He only said, please do not use taxpayer rupees, and we did not use taxpayer rupees. It is the Congress party which has left India. India has not left the Congress party. And that's all I would like to tell Shashi. If he wants to bring back the opposition, and people like him want to bring back the opposition, stop calling people bigots. Please introspect what has gone wrong, and you will realize the fault is not in our stars, it is in ourselves.
Well, I'm glad that Harsh seems to have a fan club here, but the fact is that, almost every sentence he spoke deserves a challenge, particularly. I'm not a spokesman for the Muslim League, but they played an exemplary role when the Babri Masjid was knocked down in '92 in preserving communal peace in Kerala. Their spiritual and political leaders did an amazing job of ensuring no passions were allowed to spill over in the Muslim community. I think having a Muslim party that believes in the idea of India and that actually educates women, that supports integration is actually good for India. I don't think it's a negative thing.
What about a Hindu party that does that?
Yeah, and when a Hindu party does that, that's fine too. We have them
But
too.
then by numbers, they'll win the majority.
No, but it cannot be a Hindu.
You have to have first principles.
No, 1 minute. It cannot be a Hindu party that then decides that we will ban Muslim traders from coming to religious festivals in Karnataka, which they have been doing for centuries. It will not be someone. It will not be someone who will target someone on the basis of the clothes you wear, who you marry,
I fully
what you eat. You agree with that or not?
You're focusing on only one aspect of the ledger. You're not looking at the other side of the ledger. You're not looking at violence.
Look, Harsh, you talked about Kashi Vishwanathan. We can talk about Gyan Vapi as well and so on. The historical facts are not in dispute. The question is, if something was done wrong in 1700, should we use 2022 to settle it now?
What's the harm in conceding it to the Hindus today?
Because the Muslims are worshipping at the spot today.
What's the harm? It was meant to humiliate the Hindu majority. Let us be very blunt about it.
How long are we going to
Why are we taking down?
Why do we have this inferiority complex?
Why are we taking down Confederate statues in the southern United States? That is also past, is it not? Why are we saying that no more statues of Lee in the southern US?
We are therefore.
Why is the Pope going and apologizing?
The idea of India is meant to look ahead, not behind.
That's right.
I sometimes wonder whether the idea of India does not need to look at a rear view mirror. The idea of India needs to look ahead. That's what will build a really new idea of India. There you agree. Good, we've got agreement at least on that. We don't need to look. We don't need to look at Tipu possibly or Savarkar. We need to look.
We cannot be ignorant of the past. Otherwise, we'll be condemned to repeat it.
We don't have to be ignorant of the past. We don't need to settle past scores
today.
You don't need to necessarily, because that can lead to friction. And this is a unique country. It's perhaps the greatest country in the world because over the years it's accommodated all kinds of people, Jews, Parsis. People have come from across the world and embraced India, and that perhaps makes this not a new idea of India, but the old idea of India that needs refreshment.
Yes.
And on that note, I want to ask both of you with just 30 seconds left each, what's the best thing about being Indian? Let's leave on a positive, unified note. What's the best thing, Harsh, you first, about being Indian?
I think the best thing is that we are the only democracy, as I said, from Israel to Kerala. We are the vanguard state of Dharma, if you will. We are the future. We will actually bring back the traditional religions, not just in India, but across the world, while being modernist. Because in Hindu Dharma, or Dharma more broadly, religion and science are not opposites. Modernity and tradition are not opposites. And it is this unique combination this ability to look beyond binaries, that is the Indian gift. And if I may say so bluntly, that is the Hindu gift. That's what makes me proud.
Surely the Hindu gift is also not sort of judging people on the basis of the clothes they wear, what they eat, who they marry, crucially. So we need to recognize that is all, we have differing views possibly on what is Hindu dharma, but we will debate that on another day. Shashi Tharoor, what's the best thing, not about being first of all, what's the best thing about being a congressman at the moment?
Now, let me answer your question, which was about what's
because
the best
I was going to get a news point out of you because you were also part of the G23, but this would not be the right forum to do that.
That's right.
So we'll find another forum.
I didn't come here to talk about that. You
so
said,
give me, what is the best thing about being Indian?
Democracy, diversity, acceptance of difference, inclusiveness, and a willingness to debate. I mean, we were the argumentative Indians of Amartya Sen's famous title, because throughout our history, every point of view was acceptable. You just had to argue it out. Shastrat was our tradition. So I'm glad we had a chance to argue things today. But ultimately, the fact that you do so with respect, that you don't illegitimize the other point of view, but you talk things through, with a view to eventually going on and living together, that was the great strength of Indianness. I hope that will not be undermined by those who have the good fortune to be in power today.
Actually, there's a lovely word in Varanasi that is used again and again, and since Varanasi is always top of the mind, it's samvad, which is dialogue. So if we can move from vivad to samvad while discussing these issues of our times, maybe we will once again discover those renewed energies of a new India. On that note, Harsh and Shashi Tharoor, thank you very much for this wonderful conversation.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes, donc typiquement un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant c'est des gens qui dans un entrepôt essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.
watching India Today.
This weekend for our wellness special, we walk you through how you can run your fitness regime all around the year. Also, staying fit does not always mean losing weight, and celebrity fitness experts give quite the insight on how you can sustain your fitness goals from the comfort of your homes. Our Lifestyle Bureau with this report.
Many of us are unable to maintain a fitness plan all year round. But it is absolutely possible to sustain your fitness goals around the year, and that too from the comfort of your home or gym, whichever is more convenient.
You need to make fitness a part of your lifestyle. Without making it a part of your lifestyle, it's extremely difficult to find a sustainable formula to staying fit. The same way you eat, the same way you go to work, something that's enjoyable, something that you don't consider a chore or a job that you need to do, which is outside the normal routine, and it has to be organic in terms of the way you go about living your life.
But how much is too much and how much is too little? A question on most people's minds when it comes to fitness.
I think with fitness, right, there is, I don't look at it as too little or too much. I think you've got to kind of listen to your body a lot, and your body will give you signs. Your body will tell you whether it's too little or it's too much for that matter. I don't look at things as too little. I think any sort of movement that you do during the day is good. If you can't go for a workout, or you can't play a sport, or you can't do something, just move around in the house.
To be able to sustain a fitness plan, do not let the weighing scale and losing weight be the only metric to judge your success on your fitness goals.
I'm here to tell them that when you lose weight, how do you know if you're losing good quality weight? Making sure you're losing body fat, improving your lean muscle mass, and that's why I never say, I'm not saying losing weight on the weighing scale is bad. I'm saying don't let it be your only metric to judge your success on your fitness goals.
Lastly, fitness goals do not always need you to spend a lot of money on gym memberships. It is something you can do without spending money. The key here is consistency.
There are so many things you can do even staying at home. I mean, the pandemic's taught us that. Over the last 2 years, a lot of people haven't gone to a gym and they've kind of trained at home. And workout from home has become a thing now. That's one of the reasons why I love what we are kind of bringing into India, which is RFT, which is raw functional training. It's kind of body weight a lot. You use your body weight to move and function. It basically helps strengthen your muscles, but also helps with mobility in the joints, which is very important from a fitness standpoint. So do you really need to go to a gym to get fit? No, don't.
And always remember, you may not be there yet, but you are closer than yesterday. In Mumbai, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Watching India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Asked to go for India's biggest demolition. 32 floors, 1,000 flats, one big explosion. Endgame for Noida's illegal skyscrapers. Nine seconds is all it will take. We've got maximum cameras watching. Two stories to piles of rubble. Unmissable, unparalleled coverage.
A very good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm right from the location of much curiosity. This is the Twin Tower. The Supertech Twin Tower that will be demolished tomorrow. It's not even 24 hours from now where this demolition will be taking place. 9 seconds, this massive tower will be gone. It's Asia's largest demolition drive is what we hear, at least for India. This is the first of its kind, which is why the kind of attention that this demolition drive is grabbing at this point. I'm right here at the location. I've spoken to a bunch of locals here, residences within the vicinity. Most of those locals there who have spoken to India Today say that they are slightly apprehensive on what this could lead to. This kind of demolition, will that mean debris will be flying into their homes? Will their property in their own houses be damaged? Will there be insurance? Will there be any kind of compensation? All of that asked right here on India Today. We're going to clear the air for you. In fact, let me take you through some big news coming in at this point as that we're tracking. A big breaking news that we are tracking at this point is that both the Twin Towers will be detonated simultaneously, but there will be a gap of barely 1 to 2 seconds between the two towers. India Today gets you the inside track, the biggest demolition that will take place on the 23rd of August on Sunday, 2:30 p.m. From what we hear is that the Supertech Twin Towers, both of them, Cayenne and Apex, these two towers will be detonated 2 seconds apart. First tower that will be detonated is the Cayenne Tower. The first tower, 29-story Cayenne Tower, which is a shorter tower, will be detonated first. And then the second, 32-story Apex Tower will be demolished next. So the difference between the two towers will be barely 1 to 2 seconds when the detonation will take place. It's in fact done strategically to ensure that the shorter building will go off first and then the taller. So Cayenne will be the building that will be demolished first, and then will be the second tower, the taller tower, 32-story Apex Tower, that will come down next. But there will be hardly any difference between the two towers when it comes down, because 1 to 2 seconds will be barely noticeable. These are residences right beside. As we see, most of these buildings right next to the Supertech Twin Towers have been completely wrapped with these white sheets. They're really thick. In fact, no debris will be able to enter into these buildings. Air will enter, but no dust and no debris can enter through these white sheets. So Edifice, the company doing it, have done it quite with much precision and strategy to ensure that there is the least impact on the neighboring buildings while the demolition drive takes place. But with regards to both the towers being detonated simultaneously, Cayenne to be blown up first, and then the Apex Tower will be detonated second, barely 1 to 2 seconds. This is exactly what the South African engineer has spoken exclusively to India Today and told us. Let's take a listen. So not to panic, but will this be a simultaneous fall? Or will you detonate it simultaneously? Or is there a mechanism that you worked out for that?
Delay between the buildings. Cayenne will start moving just a bit before Apex.
Cayenne will detonate first?
Yes, but only slightly.
But what's the gap?
0.15 seconds separate.
Barely noticeable.
Barely noticeable.
And in how long will the dust settle, and how long can people in the vicinity come back?
The dust depends very much on the wind. The heavier dust particles will settle nearby and get cleaned up. The residents, the plan is to allow them back by 5 o'clock. So after the implosion, we'll do our safety checks around the building, and then cleanup will start, and then by 5 o'clock, people will start.
All safety. All right, now we know that there's barely 24 hours, in fact, not even 24 hours for the demolition to take place, and already residents in the neighboring buildings are all being evacuated. Most of them will be moved to community centers that have been set up in other neighboring buildings. So possibly for the first time that we see that locals or, people who live in the neighboring buildings here are going to extend a helping hand to many of the local residences, have set up community centers here so that they can be moved to. So these twin towers, the illegally built Supertech Twin Towers, will be down to dust tomorrow 2:30 p.m. in barely 9 seconds time. So ahead of the tower demolition, India Today has gotten you exclusive access to inside images of the Twin Tower. In fact, the one question that people might be asking is the stray dogs, many animals, even pets, how are they going to be protected from this this entire sound and the demolition drive, which clearly could cause panic among the pets and a few animals here. But that's been sorted. It appears RWAs have set up bunkers there. They've been dug up around many areas so that they could be rescued. In fact, residential buildings, all adjacent to the Twin Towers, have also been covered with sheets to prevent any kind of dust from entering those local buildings. Now, preparations on in full swing, as two of these towers will be they are currently fully rigged. As I speak here, right at this moment, we see that this is a highly sensitive zone. It's fully charged, so no way that anyone can enter inside these two towers, because there's 3,700 kgs of explosives that have been layered in every floor, which just at a click of a button will go off. Once it's ready for detonation, that's tomorrow, this will go off simultaneously in 9 seconds. So on the day when this is carried out, we understand that at least 10 kilometers around the vicinity of this building, there's not a single soul that will be allowed. Let me quickly cut across to all those images coming in as an India Today exclusive, showing you how residents are being evacuated and all the VIP galleries set up for this massive demolition drive of one of its kind. This is Emerald Towers, the closest to the ATS building. You see there people literally covering their balconies with plastic. just to avoid any kind of debris flying into your homes. Most of Emerald Towers inside, residents there have covered their lawns and their windows, all completely wrapped so that there's no untoward incident. Basically, the property is not damaged. This is one of the households. I'm right inside here, where they've pulled down all their paintings. Most of it has been kept aside safely. Namaste ji. ये आपने रूम में पूरा सामान उतारा है? हाँ जी, पूरा सारा सामान उतार के सब नीचे रख दिया है। जी. So it's that's the television there. All the gods' paintings and all the wall hangings have been brought down. Yes. And that's the window there where it's fully taped. That's to avoid any kind of vibrations. This is situation in all rooms. People have literally brought down everything. This is also all the paintings here that have been kept on the bed, just to be safe. Well, clearly, residents have prepared themselves, but at the end of it, you never know what at max could happen in a situation. These are local residents who have been preparing for close to a month, is what we hear. Most of their glasses, they've taped it only to avoid any kind of vibration. But even though residents have taken all kinds of precautions, we know that the professional company, Edifice, who's doing this job, they say that there's really nothing to panic. In fact, there will not be any kind of impact beyond a few meters around the two towers. And at max, it's the sound and maybe some shattered glasses. But that's only the max. Dust will also settle at the earliest. So this is Emerald Towers right inside. People, residents, fully prepared. As they leave, they're going to be abandoning their homes. They're going to be leaving out of this space with their jewelry, documents, all their precious belongings. They're going to be out of this house and this locality, at least for the next 24 hours. But they're just ensuring that their household is safe. Most of their belongings are kept wrapped and safe so that there's no impact that falls on it. This basically is the Emerald Port parking, where we see most of the vehicles have already been removed from these parking slots. And most of the residents are very worried that debris might just come from this area. This area right here is fully covered. In fact, it's completely sealed. And if this was open, this is exactly where the Astor Tower is, barely 9 meters away from here. But they've completely sealed this opening here. So the only worry that the Emerald Tower residents have is that will debris come through this basement? Will it flow into their building through this basement? But for now, there is it's fully sealed. If I could show you here with nails and pins, they've completely sealed this. This is a very thick material where air can pass, but no dust will pass through this. They've fully sealed this entire area here. This is the basement right next to the Twin Towers, and this Emerald car parking area would possibly be the most affected if there is an untoward incident. But for now, from what we see here, most of the cars have already been evacuated. They've been moved out, and by tonight, most of this will be empty. In fact, this entire basement will be completely empty by tonight.
So I showed you a glimpse of what was inside Emerald Towers, which is right next to the Supertech Twin Towers, basically 9 meters distance, which is the reason why the Supreme Court asked for a demolition. I'm going to cut across to India Today Shiva Road. He's joining us from the ATS block, where the ATS residents are right now being evacuated. The entire ATS locality is being cordoned off, and they're covering all their lawns, a nice protective shield coming up across that society. Let's cut across to Shivaru's report.
So those are the Twin Towers from the colony where I live. And I'm going to just show you some of the preparations that are on right now inside the colony to prepare for the big demolition that's scheduled to take place tomorrow. Most of the houses in the colony are already empty. People have already begun their evacuation. I'm just walking past the clubhouse right now. People are trying to secure this particular area as well. But here's where the actual preparations are. Black plastic covers have been put on all the fitments, on all the lawns in this particular area, as you can see, and it will be extended to all parts of the actual colony. It's going to take place over the next few hours. Remember, the actual cutoff time is from tomorrow morning. From tomorrow morning, people need to be out of the colony. So thousands of families, hundreds of cars in all parts of this society will be completely moved from here. So right behind this tower is where the Twin Towers are. And what I'm showing you right now is workers who've come in here, part of the office at this colony, to cover every part of it. There's a lot of landscaping here that's had to be protected. A decision's been taken to extend plastic covering on every part of the lawn, the landscaping, the rocks, the fitments, the cobbled paths as well. So it's going to take a while, but that's how it's going to be. So this is the colony where I live. I just wanted to show you how close the two towers are to the actual colony. These are the two Supertech Twin Towers. As you can see, we share a wall with the colony. That's where most of the work is going on. Preparations are on. All of these towers are completely covered in these huge white sheets, obviously because of the debris and the dust. The dust is going to be a massive, massive threat for many days after the actual explosion. The entire structure is going to come crashing down at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday. Workers are fully prepared. The explosives have been rigged inside the building as well, and tomorrow is when this entire structure comes crashing down. But inside the actual colony, it's pretty deserted because people have already started leaving in large numbers already. But I just wanted to take you inside to give you a sense of the preparations that are on to protect the actual colony. Pretty familiar sight already to most residents is that most of the lawn, the gardens, the hedges, even some of the smaller trees are being completely covered in these black plastic sheets, in the hope that they will protect against the enormous amounts of dust that are expected. Because remember, this building is right next door. This is the colony. We share a wall with the Supertech towers, and look how close it is. There it is. That's the tower right there. You can see the tower. All of these young men working tirelessly right through the day. Very thankful to them for protecting the colony. I hope they get some rest a little later, but it's going to be a long day because the entire colony is going to have to be covered in these black sheets by the end of the day, because 7 a.m. tomorrow is when everything needs to be absolutely complete.
You know, as much as we are eager, of course, the locals also, as they are apprehensive, but they're also very eager to see how this will go on in a safe manner, and that's why we see a lot of people here. I'm going to try and get a word from them, but from what we know is that as the countdown begins, we're looking at people across Noida coming together in balconies to find a vantage point to get the right shot of this demolition, so that they get a perfect view of how this building is going to be melting down in barely 9 seconds. Cutting across to those visuals that India Today has accessed.
India is all set to watch the most highly anticipated demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. There is high excitement among residents living in nearby locations. The balconies of high-rises around the Supertech Twin Towers have turned into VIP galleries. Several societies around Noida Sector 93A, which have a vantage point, have been booked by relatives and guests who want to witness the moment.
For the residents of Noida, it will be a full matinee show tomorrow. The balconies of those buildings which are close by, those buildings which give you a clear view of the Twin Towers, all of them have been booked. Relatives of people who stay in the building which are very close by, all of them have already booked their spaces because all they want to see is the demolition of the Twin Towers right there.
In some houses, entire families are gathering at 2:30 p.m. to experience the once-in-a-lifetime event. Friends and relatives are also keen to join them, though traffic restrictions may bust their plans. Meanwhile, people living in the sectors near the towers pray that the demolition process goes without a hitch and everyone is safe.
लगता है कि ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम्स होगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट आएगा. मोस्टली जो एस्थमेटिक पेशेंट हैं या जिनको क्रोनिक ब्रोंकाइटिस है, उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. इसलिए हमने बचाव के लिए काफ़ी कवर किया है, बट डस्ट की प्रॉब्लम तो हो सकती है.
Residents are ready to raise a toast to the victory of residents who fought a long legal battle against the illegally built Twin Towers. With Nabila Jamal, Aishwarya Paliwal in Noida, Bureau Report for India Today.
Much as this is exciting, it's also quite panicky for locals there. They're all people who live around the vicinity. Let me find out. Are you prepared with all your belongings to leave your home?
Yeah. So we are very much prepared to leave our home, and like the building has stayed for 10 years with us. One more day, and tomorrow probably we'll have clearer grounds over here.
Okay.
So looking forward to it.
Looking forward to some sunlight coming in. That's what's most important, right?
Yeah.
Madam? आप डरते हो डर रहे हो
नहीं डर नहीं रही हूँ because all of we are with us now only so I am not afraid.
आप कहाँ जा रहे हो? Where are you going to leave and go for 2 days?
At Silver City.
Silver City. Okay, वहाँ पर community center.
Yeah, community center. RW is preparing.
So for the first time, you'll be living with people who you don't know. Are you excited about that part?
Yeah, I'm excited and just see how they host us also even, and I'm prepared to go and everything. I pack up everything.
Yeah, you got all your jewelry and your documents ready?
No, not that like that. No, we don't.
I know that a bunch of jewelry at home
actually. No. So it's okay.
You don't keep jewelry at home, sir?
We are excited to see this building falling as safely as possible.
Yeah, okay. So this is going to be, thank you very much. Hi, sorry if I can disturb you. We're live, but are you looking forward to this?
We were waiting for this from ages. We were waiting for this. We fought for it, and we are very happy that it's getting demolished. It's a lot of risk we all are taking, but we're very excited, and I hope that everything should go well, and that's it.
So, have you packed up all your jewelry and documents? That's what I was asking. People are moving.
It's already.
That's not to disclose that. You know how we pack that.
It's already been lockers now. I think
it's all in your locker.
Yes.
So we are not packing up the jewelries and everything, and I think as if he says it should not to be disclosed.
Disclosed. A lot of black money there, huh? I'm joking. I'm just totally joking. But all right, it's nice to see some happy faces. They're at least hoping that this goes and it's done with, because these are the locals who have been fighting in court for years now, because this building has totally violated norms. 9 meters barely there's distance between the next building, which the builder should have thought. So one knows the builder is facing a loss of close to 1,000 crores with this demolition, and it's going to take another 20 crores for this building to actually go down. So the demolition itself will take 20 crores with a builder facing a loss of 1,000 crores. At the end of it, all those buyers have been compensated, but you can't shut down their apprehensions. Locals still have questions. I had with me the edifice owner, Jigar, who spoke to us, along with a local who had a nice conversation about what if something happens. Listen in. The clock's ticking, barely 24 hours. In fact, not even 24 hours before these massive twin towers, Supertech, would be brought down in 9 seconds. The company doing it, Edifice, super prepared. They've done this before, so it's just an advice from them not to panic. But I have with me a resident right here, as well as the Edifice owner, Jigar, to give us an understanding.
Good that you guys have prepared a lot. I know you guys have done a lot of job in terms of doing all that. The question is, when this happens, and we are in a phase of moving outside as per the protocol, by 7 o'clock. There's an apprehension that, in terms of when this happens, because you guys are the expert on this, as a layman, everybody does not know. So when this will fall, how is it going to impact the buildings, the rubble, the debris and all that stuff, going to affect those towers which are just next and anyway around? I think you guys have...
as you said, Saurabh, that you are just staying 9 meters away at S3.
Yeah, S3, yeah.
So my basic thing to tell you is, as per the design engineering, the building will be going towards the ATS tower, so 3 meters towards the ATS tower. So only the debris which will roll over, and for which we have kept the containers, so that there will be no impact to the S2 and S3 which are nearby.
I heard you say, Saurabh, that I'm sure debris is going to enter the car parking area. That's what you said. Are you worried about it?
Of course, there's a lot of apprehension. We are common, everybody, we are households. All the housewives and all, and they're asking, since of course I come from engineering background, the whole thing is, see the massive structure, the size and the scale, these are tiny dots in terms of this whole big monster.
And that's precisely where the illegality, the reason why the Supreme Court said, yes, bring it down, demolish it, is because between the tower, the twin towers and the one right next to that, the Emerald Aster Tower, there's barely 9 meters difference, and that means not even an ambulance can enter. So it is a matter of huge concern that if at all the demolition doesn't go as per plan, will it infringe or fall into the neighboring towers?
So the nearby tower, as you say, is 9 meters, and according to the rules, the minimum distance which should be there should be 16 meters or more. And demolitions have gone wrong.
Oh no, Jigar.
Don't say that.
Demolitions have gone wrong.
Don't say that.
But believe as we have the best team in the world. Jet Demolition has got 3 continuous awards for the World Demolition Award. And as a student prepares for their exam, we have really thoroughly prepared for this exam, and we are very confident that the results will come 100%.
You know, of course, the question is whether, if at all there's any kind of damage for neighbors around, will they be compensated, and who should they be contacting? Is there an insurance in place? Where is the car parking for all those vehicles that will be moved out of here? All of those questions are answered by the project manager of Edifice, who's responsible for this demolition drive. Let's take a listen. The countdown has begun to the Supertech Twin Tower demolition, ATS Towers. I'm right here beside it. And as we see it up close, it is quite a massive structure built at a whopping cost of 1,200 crores. This building is going to literally melt down in 9 seconds. Going to be done very professionally. I have with me Edifice project manager, engineer Mayur Mehta himself, who's managed to, you know, with his team, insert 3,500 kgs of explosives inside those towers at every layer of it so that it's detonated simultaneously. A lot of apprehensions, Mayur, about whether residents are safe, people are pulling down their paintings, bubble wrapping their furniture. Is there anything for us to panic?
So nothing is there to be panicked. So the building is now the 100% charged and 100% ready for implosion. And if people are doing the bubble wrap and pulling down the paintings, it's not at all required. So we 100% we are assured that nothing is going to go. As estimated, some of the glasses will be break. That has already been messages.
Some glasses will break?
Yeah, definitely it will break.
Okay.
Definitely it will break.
Okay.
So we have a backup contractor for that. Once the implosion will be carried out on 28th of August, 2:30.
Right.
Immediately, our contractor, our backup guys will check everything.
Right.
And the contractor will be deployed to rectify immediately.
So this is something I want to catch you on. When you say glasses will break, will Edifice compensate for that?
100%.
Oh, wow. Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Any collateral damage, not only the glasses, any collateral damages happen, we have covered the insurance of 100 crores and Edifice is liable and responsible to do each and every rectification.
So when you say glasses are going to break, I'm assuming there's going to be a huge or really loud sound.
No, it's not because of sound, ma'am. It's air over pressure.
Okay.
So once the 9 seconds or maybe 12 seconds, the building is going to collapse.
Yeah.
So where that air will go, that air has to go somewhere. So that air over pressure is the cause to break the glass, nothing else.
All right. So at this point, we see most of the buildings on the side. You know, if I can ask my camera person, Mridul, to pan on the left of the Emerald Towers, where we see all those white sheets, put up on the building. Is that to prevent dust?
No, not at all.
What's
not
that
at all.
for?
Dust is the secondary thing, but this is to protect the flying debris.
Okay, flying debris.
Flying debris. See, we have 4 layers of protection. The columns which we have inserted the explosive charge with. We have 4 layers and 5 layers of chain link. Chain link, you can see the same things. You can show the pictures of that. 4 and 5 layers. Above that, non-woven geotextile material. Above that, parameter curtain, you can see the white and the black one.
Right, on top there, yeah.
On top.
Yeah, the white and the black.
If something escaped from the first layer, the second layer will protect. The third layer is the parameter curtain. And the fourth layer is the wind curtain, which we have put on the building. So there are the 4 safety protections for the flying debris.
All right. You know, and of course, questions on the kind of pollution and maybe if it is hazardous to health, would you...
If you can Google it, once the concrete set forms in the after the cementing work, it becomes the lime. That dust is a lime. It's you can use it as a fertile. If you want to Google it, you can Google it right now and check whether the concrete dust is nothing. It never harms anybody.
You know, at this point, we know that there's going to be loads of debris as per authorities, and there's a lot of talk that there's going to be almost 1,000 trucks that will be collecting debris and moved to where? Where is it going to be relocated?
Now, we have already submitted our C&D waste plant, so yet we are going to get approval from the authority. I think within 2-3 days, definitely we'll get out of that point.
So you don't know where. Noida authorities have also helped many of the locals. We believe that all the cars in this area will be moved out. They have to be moved out.
Yes, they have given.
So where is the alternate car parking space?
One location is that Botanical metro station, where they have 7,000 car park like that.
Okay.
So that also they are providing, and somewhere here, some nearby some Bharat houses, and some bus stand.
Right.
There also they have ample of space to park the cars.
All right. You know, many of those residents are saying that they're going to head out for a weekend and then they're going to come back once the demolition is done. Post the demolition, how long should people take to return to this area? Is there anything that you might want to give as caution?
Already we have instructed them with RW and the AOA members that by evening time they can easily come back by 6 or 5. So it can be.
All right, so we've really got layers of responses, right from the residents, of course, the owner of edifice, then the project engineer and the South African engineer. So in every way, India Today has tried to waylay all the fears and settle the panic, if there is any. But at the end of it, residents say, whatever any assurances come to us, we are still worried. At the end of it, it's their home that they've paid for. Right, sir? Are you still worried no matter
Yeah, we are still worried.
The assurances?
Yeah, there are a lot of assurance from the organizer, from a society, but we are worried. Let's see what's happened tomorrow.
What do you...
Yeah, actually I am really worried, not just tomorrow, it's like for months. Because we don't know what will happen to the base of the foundation of the building. So I don't know, I am like little worried what will happen. We have invested so much in this. And it's like little dilemma is in the mind, no? Okay, what will happen next?
I think pollution is also another concern that we are, a lot of concern are there about pollution after demolition.
To be in N95 for another 1 week.
Oh, is it?
And it's like N95 for 24 hours. Like you don't have to open up your balconies, you don't have to go on the walks, you have to be inside.
So that's the protocol given by the RWA. You've got to wear your N95 masks. All the residents have been told as precaution, N95 masks for a month. For a whole week. For a week and no walks allowed?
No outdoor activities allowed.
Okay, anything else? What about your pets and your...
Those who have pets, they have to make sure that they don't use this area at least. If they want to take it out, then they should get somewhere away from this area.
And you all are moving to Silver City, is that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's nearby our friends is living.
Okay.
So he is giving us the accommodation.
All right, thank you very much. Locals have their friends in the vicinity. If not, they have community centers set up by the building RWA. So there's help coming out from every corner. But one thing, a takeaway from them, N95 masks for all the residents locally in the vicinity here for at least the next week, and no walking around the area. The fear is legit that if this blast happens, and when the blast happens, will it really shake the foundation of the neighboring buildings? So far, the company doing it has said nothing's going to happen, not to worry. But of course, we've got to wait and watch. With camera person Lalit Joshi, this is Nabila Jamal for India Today in Noida. We're on top of this story. Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today live TV on your connected devices.
Oh, sorry.
काम किया है जी, काम करेंगे, लोग हमें यूं ही बदनाम करेंगे, हमारी वजह से दिल्ली वाले हंस रहे हैं जी, समझ नहीं आ रहा फिर हमारे लोग क्यों फंस रहे हैं जी। क्या हुआ जी, आप इतने खास आदमी क्यों हो रहे हैं? बड़ी मुश्किल है जी, खोया मेरा दिल है जी, कोई मेरे दिल को समझाए ना। ईडी सीबीआई से बचूं और बचाऊं कैसे, बिल्कुल समझ आए ना। मैं रोऊं या हंसूं, करूं मैं क्या करूं जी, बताओ ना कोई। मैं रोऊं या हंसूं, करूं मैं क्या करूं जी।
झाड़ू लेकर आया था तो झाड़ू लेकर जाएगा, सबका नंबर आएगा भाई, सबका नंबर आएगा।
जो होगा वो देख लेंगे, हम तो तैयार हैं जी, आरोप कोई लगा ले, हम तो कट्टर ईमानदार हैं जी। नमस्कार जी।
They were freed on the day India was celebrating 75 years of its independence. There was jubilation and celebration for these 11 men being freed from prison after spending 15 years behind bars. They are the convicts of Bilkis Bano's gang rape and killing of 7 of her family members in the aftermath of the 2002 Godhra riots. One of the convicts released a video professing innocence.
અમે નિર્દોષ હોવા છતાં ખાલી વિચારધારામાં બિલીવ કરવાના કારણે અમારા ખોટી રીતે નામ આપવામાં આવ્યા હતા અને એના કારણે અમને આજીવન કેદની સજા કરવામાં આવી હતી.
At the Vishwa Hindu Parishad's Godhra office on 15th August 2022, 2 decades after the heinous crime, they became the heroes befitting of garlanded welcome backs in the free society. Their release was approved by the Gujarat government based on recommendations of the Prison Advisory Committee. The panel had 2 BJP MLAs as its members in addition to other officials. Gujarat government officials had claimed the release was based on the state's 1992 remission policy. India Today has accessed the 1992 policy document. According to it, convicts can be released only after completing 14 years of imprisonment. To be considered to be freed, the convict's conduct inside prison has to be good. This has to be recommended by the jail IG. If the convict meets both conditions, the Jail Advisory Committee recommends whether the convict should be released or not. Bilkis Bano's family is shaken. After many requests by India Today, her husband met us away from his workplace and home.
14 लोगों को मारा गया है, उनके बारे में हम रोज़ याद करते हैं, रोज़ उनके लिए दुआ करते हैं। उसमें मेरी 3 साल की बेटी जो है, उनके लिए भी हम उनकी आत्मा को शांति मिलेगी।
Yaqub says the government never consulted them before taking the decision to waive the convict sentence, and now he fears for his family's safety.
कुछ तो है, डर है, लेकिन इस तरह का जो मामला आया है तो हमको तो थोड़ा बहुत तो डर ज़्यादा ही है।
Gopal Singh Solanki, who represented the convicts in the court battle, sees nothing wrong in letting off the rape and murder convicts.
ये जो सजा माफ की गई है उसमें कोई गलत नहीं है। 2 भाई थे, 2 brothers दो भाई एक साथ में किसी के साथ रेप नहीं कर सकते, एक बात है। दूसरा, फादर एंड सन कांट रेप टुगेदर। और दूसरा, जेल में होने के बाद हर कोई एक्यूज जो तोहमतदार होता है उसके लिए उनकी एंटीसीडेंट देखी जाती है, कैरेक्टर देखा जाता है। और 11 साल में उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। अनटूवर्ड इंसिडेंट इनके सामने ऐसी कोई एटीट्यूड भी इनका एंटीसीडेंट ऐसा नहीं था कि उनके अगेंस्ट में जावे, कोई जेल में तूफान किया हो, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ है।
All 11 of them were convicted of gang rape of then pregnant 21-year-old Bilkis Bano, her mother and 2 other women. The murder of 14 people, including 7 members of Bilkis Bano's family. The victims were fleeing the riots in Radhikapur village when they were ambushed on 3rd March 2002. Samir Gachi, along with his 3 sisters, 2 brothers, and an entire family of 12, left Radhikapur village and migrated to his uncle's place in Rahimabad colony of Devgadbaria after the riots of 2002. He sells vehicles today, trying to rebuild his life. But the remission and release of the 11 convicts and their boast of innocence has shaken his world once again.
અને આજે એ લોકો રંધીકપુરમાં બિંદાસ ખુલ્લેઆમ ફરી રહ્યા છે અને એક ડરનો માહોલ પેદા કરી દીધો અને રંધીકપુર ગામમાંથી કેટલાય મુસ્લિમ પરિવારો ગામ છોડીને જતા રહ્યા અને ખુલ્લામાં એ લોકો આજે ફરી રહ્યા છે તો અમે એ અપેક્ષા માટે અહીંયા આવ્યા છે.
Samir is not alone. There are others in this colony who live in fear of reruns of those black days of 2002. 55 of them have signed a letter and submitted to Dahod collector demanding all 11 convicts be jailed again to serve justice to Bilkis Bano.
કલેક્ટર સાહેબને રજૂઆત કરવા માટે કે અમને ન્યાય મળે, બિલ્કિસ બાનુને બી ન્યાય મળે અને એ અપરાધીઓને, એ બલાત્કારીઓને કે જેમણે એક જધન્ય અપરાધ કર્યો એવા અપરાધીઓને ફરી જેલમાં પૂરે એવી અમે અપેક્ષા રાખીએ છીએ.
Presiding over the trial in 2008, Justice Salvi, then special judge in the Mumbai City Civil and Sessions Court, had convicted the men to life. While observing Bilkis's deposition, he had detailed her fight as courageous.
So in such crime, one should be very careful in granting remission. One should consider all the aspects of it, and particularly more, one should consider the object of the punishment. I would say, I feel from the conduct of the accused, that they accepted the felicitation. They should not have. Therefore, they have no remorse about this. Therefore, it's all shocking. It's not the felicitation alone, but remission also comes into question.
Over 6,000 citizens, including grassroots workers and human rights activists, have urged the Supreme Court to revoke the remission of sentences for 11 men convicted of rape and murder in the 2002 case. Demanding that the remission be revoked, the citizens stated that the early release of these murderers and rapists only strengthens the impunity of those who commit acts of violence against women. The Supreme Court agreed to hear the petition challenging the remission of 11 convicts in the Bilkis Bano case. On Thursday, the top court issued a notice to the Gujarat government to file its response in the matter and asked the petitioners to make the 11 convicts party to the case. The matter will be taken up for hearing again after 2 weeks. The CJI questioned the exception in remission and stated that the 11 convicts will be made a party to the case.
The rules were not followed, neither the central government was consulted, nor the judge who had issued the judgment was consulted. So that is what the point of the petition was, an important point in the petition. This is such a big case with such ramifications that I think that is why the Supreme Court admitted it. This is a question of human rights, of humanity, and what kind of thinking is behind remission of this kind. Certainly the central government should have intervened by now.
Supreme Court was very candid enough at time of argument that what was such a big wrong when a remission has been granted, because court had only ordered that their cases should be considered for remission. And if the remission was granted, what was such a big deal? Because every day in, day out, the people are released on remission. So court was prima facie not inclined, but still they had issued notice, so we will file our appropriate reply to in this case. How can they attack on a remission order without even seeing the order? How can they make grounds in the writ petition without seeing the remission order? So this was very speculative writ petition which was filed in Supreme Court, and that too by a third party, a political outfit. So in any case, court has implemented us as party respondent in this case, and we will file our appropriate reply in this case also.
Bilkis Bano's lawyer, after going through the petition, has confirmed the possibility of a petition by Bilkis before the apex court.
PIL petitioners always have certain limitations, and unfortunately these petitions also suffer. Like they have not been able to raise all the issues which we want to. So maybe if not more petitions are coming and adding all those issues, and if something is living outside, we would certainly be then chipping in, filing a substantial petition, not becoming party by way of impleadment. But yes, there are issues which have to be brought in before the court, that in these circumstances, these orders were passed, and what all has been brought before you, and what all had to be looked into.
Okay, so you're going to look at that.
I am of the firm belief that there are so many things, in all fairness, for the judges also, things have to be brought before them.
Okay, so you, in all probabilities, Bilkis might make a legal move before that.
In all probability, yes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
On 3rd March 2002, Bilkis Bano was 21 years old, mother of a 3.5-year-old daughter and 5 months pregnant. She, along with her daughter Saleha and 15 other family members, fled their village Radhikapur in Dahod district in Gujarat on 28th February of 2002. They fled in the aftermath of the burning of the Sabarmati Express in Godhra, resulting in the deaths of dozens of pilgrims and car sevaks returning from Ayodhya. Communal violence erupted throughout Gujarat. They fled, fearing a rerun of the arson and looting that had taken place in their village on the occasion of Bakrid a few days previously. 3 days after they left their village, they reached Chaparwad. According to the charge sheet, they were attacked by about 20 to 30 people armed with sickles, swords and sticks. Among the attackers were the 11 accused men, later convicted and now freed through remission. Bilkis Bano, her mother and 3 other women were raped and brutally assaulted on 3rd March. Her daughter Saleha was also brutally murdered by the assailants. Of the 17-member group of Muslims from Radhikapur village, 8 were found dead, 6 missing. Only Bilkis, a man, and a 3-year-old survived the attack. Bilkis remained unconscious for at least 3 hours after the attack. After she regained consciousness, she borrowed clothes from an Adivasi woman and met a home guard who took her to the Limkheda police station. She registered a complaint with Head Constable Somabhai Gori, who, according to the CBI, suppressed material facts and wrote a distorted and truncated version of her complaint. Bilkis was taken to a public hospital for medical examination only after she reached the Godhra relief camp. Her case was taken up by the National Human Rights Commission and Supreme Court, which ordered an investigation by the CBI. The Central Bureau of Investigation concluded that the post-mortem examination was carried out shoddily in order to protect the accused. CBI investigators exhumed the bodies of those killed in the attack and said that none of the 7 bodies had skulls. According to the CBI, the heads of the corpses had been severed after the autopsy so that the bodies could not be identified. Bilkis Bano received several death threats. The trial was moved out of Gujarat to Maharashtra. In the Mumbai court, charges were filed against 19 men, including 6 police officers and a government doctor. In January 2008, a special court convicted 11 accused of conspiring to rape a pregnant woman, murder, unlawful assembly, and of charges under other sections of the Indian Penal Code. The head constable was convicted of making incorrect records to save the accused. 7 persons were acquitted by the court, citing lack of evidence. 1 person died during the course of the trial. The court held that Jaswant Bhai Nai, Govind Bhai Nai, and by then deceased Naresh Kumar Mordia had raped Bilkis. Shailesh Bhatt killed her daughter Saleha by smashing her on the ground. Others who were convicted are Radhe Shyam Shah, Bipin Chandra Joshi, Kesar Bhai Vohania, Pradeep Vohania, Baka Bhai Vohania, Raju Bhai Soni, Nitesh Bhatt, Ramesh Chandana and Head Constable Soma Bhai Gori. Despite being bystanders to the crime, these accused were convicted of rape and murder as being part of an unlawful assembly distributes the liability of the crime, is what the court observed. All 11 convicts were sentenced to life imprisonment by the court. In May 2017, the Bombay High Court upheld the conviction and life imprisonment of 11 people in the gang rape case and set aside the acquittal of 7 people, including the policemen and doctors. In April 2019, the Supreme Court directed the Gujarat government to give 50 lakh rupees as compensation to Bilkis within 2 weeks. She had refused to accept the compensation of 5 lakh rupees and had sought exemplary compensation from the state government in a plea before the top court.
हमारे गांव में जाने के लिए सोच रहे हैं, लेकिन हमको डर लगता है.
इतने सालों बाद भी अभी भी डर लगता है.
अभी भी डर तो है कि हमारे परिवार में शादियाँ होती हैं तो भी हम नहीं जा पाते, कोई मैयत हो गया हो तो भी हम नहीं जा पाते हैं. 15 साल में हमको बहुत दुख झेलना पड़ा. घर बदला, कितनी बार घर बदला हमने, और छोटे छोटे बच्चे को लेके सामान इधर उधर करो, बहुत सारी तकलीफें हमको हुई है.
लेकिन अभी भी आप कहती हैं आपको बदला नहीं चाहिए था. आप नहीं चाहती थी कि जिन्होंने ये किया आपके खिलाफ, उन पर आप बदले की भावना से नहीं कर रहे थे, आपको केवल न्याय चाहिए था.
हाँ, न्याय चाहिए.
यानी क्या चाहिए था कि ये लोग जेल में रहें,
हाँ.
उनको सजाए मौत हो, क्या चाहिए था?
वो लोग जेल में रहे, उनको ऐसा याद आवे कि आज हमारे गांव के लोग कितने परेशान थे और हमने कैसे कैसे मारा है माँ बहनों को, बच्चे को.
In May 2022, one of the convicts, after serving 15 years in prison, appealed in the Supreme Court for early release. The Apex Court issued a notice to the Gujarat government and the centre. The remission order is yet to be made public. Neither the convicts nor the lawyers of Bilkis have received it. The Gujarat government's decision to grant remission to these convicts has also sparked a political debate as well as one on social responsibility. The state assembly election is due by the end of this year.
Rape convicts, बलात्कार के अभियुक्त, उनको आपने रिहा कर दिया कि 14 साल हो गए हैं, इनका कंडक्ट अच्छा है जेल में, और नेचर ऑफ क्राइम, ये 3 पैरामीटर्स कि जो रिहा हुए हैं उनकी आरती उतारी जा रही है, उनको तिलक किया जा रहा है, दे आर बीइंग फेलिसिटेटेड.
गुजरात का चुनाव जीतने के लिए भाजपा की सरकार ने पूरे देश के उन मुस्लिम महिलाओं का अपमान किया जिनका रेप हुआ है. बिल्किस बानो को सिर्फ मुसलमान होने के चश्मे से मत देखिए, ये एक इंसाफ का मुद्दा है। और हम भारत सरकार से, प्रधानमंत्री से डायरेक्ट हम ये डिमांड करते हैं कि उनका जो रिलीज ऑर्डर है उसको कैंसिल करके उन तमाम को जेल को भिजाया जाए।
From within, BJP leaders have joined in on the chorus against the remission order.
बिल्किस बानो प्रकरण इथे आणण्याचं काही कारण नव्हतं, पण साधारण ते आरोपी जे आहेत त्या आरोपींची जवळपास 20 वर्षाची काय सजा होती, ती सजा भोगून त्यांची सुटका त्या ठिकाणी, का 20 वर्षाची का 14 वर्षाची जी काय असेल ती सजा भोगून त्यांची त्या ठिकाणी सुटका झाली आहे. सुप्रीम कोर्टाच्या आदेशाने या ठिकाणी सुटका झाली आहे. पण कुठलेही आरोपी असतील आणि ते सुटल्यानंतरही जर त्यांनी कोणी त्यांचा सत्कार करत असेल, स्वागत करत असेल तर चुकीचं आहे. आरोपी हा आरोपी आहे, त्यामुळे अशा प्रकारे त्याचं समर्थन हे या ठिकाणी करता येत नाही.
And this is what is not acceptable to me. And here I voice my opinion. I don't know if it's against my party line. I have seen a couple of my senior leaders actually speaking against it. I've seen Mr. Fadnavis speaking against it. I've seen a couple of other leaders speaking against it. But here, as a woman, I say what has happened to Bilkis Bano is not justified and it's not acceptable by me as a woman of this progressive country called India, where we have a prime minister who speaks about Nari Shakti and who talks about Beti Bachao Andolan every now and then.
On the other hand, celebrities have also come out asking for justice for Bilkis Bano.
I come from a family of freedom fighters, who fought alongside Mahatma Gandhi and were jailed for the freedom of this country. We're talking about personal freedom, human rights. My family, my mother, my grandmother, we've all fought for women's rights for decades. And then you have a situation where the most heinous, brutal crime is committed. And rapists are walking free. They are being garlanded. On Independence Day is when they're set free from prisons. For me, I'm just looking at Prime Minister Modi giving his 75th, speech, talking about how we should view women differently, how we should, give them a space of dignity in our country. And the very same day, you have a BJP MLA, Mr. Raulji, calling them Sanskari Brahmins. There's something seriously wrong with the governance of this country, the laws of this country, and the reaction of the population of our country. There has not been a mass outrage as there should be. That has also hit home. Does it have to happen to your mother, to your sister, or your daughter for you to react and respond and show outrage in this country?
The contrast between the reaction of the people as it should be in the Nirbhaya case, the silence in the Hathras and Unnao cases, and now the jubilation is terrifying. I think it is terrifying for every single Indian. It is not only terrifying for women, it is terrifying for every one of us. And we must get up, and if the judiciary and the governments behave this way, then the people have to raise their voice and make them change their mind. It is unthinkable.
Justice to all is so important for security in India. And this, once again, reminds me that people are not safe in India because it depends on what the political system plans for you that you are then thrust under. I mean, how is it acceptable that an innocent girl, this is just one case, there are hundreds and thousands of cases like this in Gujarat that happened. This is one example. How did we allow it, and why are those rapists, irrespective of caste, class, religion, why are they set free? They are murderers. They're not just rapists. There was a mob frenzy. There was a go slow. People had a field day. I mean, it's, as a woman, as an activist, as a person who loves India, this is unacceptable.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Sonali Phogat death probe explodes. Accused sent to 10 days police custody. Probe reveals drugs concealed inside toilet of the club. The details of Sonali Phogat's murder probe get murkier. India Today accesses last moments before her death shows accused forcing spiked drink on Sonali. India to witness biggest demolition on Sunday. Noida neighborhood to be evacuated on Saturday. Twin towers charged and ready to be demolished. Police denies permission for comedian Munawar Farooqi show in Delhi. Cops claim decision taken to prevent communal tensions. BJP ups the ante against Aam Aadmi Party. Delhi BJP chief leads mega Padyatra. BJP chants Gali Gali Mein Chor Hai. Cornered up firefights, scam charges. The investigation into the alleged murder of Sonali Phogat gets murkier. Police has arrested one more drug peddler in connection with the murder case. The peddler, Rama, has been arrested from Goa. With this, the total number of arrested has risen to 5. India Today has accessed exclusive visuals of moments before Sonali Phogat was drugged. Caught on camera, we can see that Sonali's former aide and also a key accused in her alleged murder forcing a spiked drink to an inebriated Sonali. In the visual, Sonali is seen unconscious, not in her senses, and is trying to stop Sudhir, the accused. But Sudhir continues to force the spiked drink upon her. Meanwhile, India Today has accessed an audio of accused Sudhir Sangwan in which he can be heard lying about drugging her. Talking to Sonali's nephew, Sachin, Sudhir said that Sonali was perfectly fine as she talked to him through the whole night. Moreover, the family of Sonali Phogat in fact met with Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, and as per sources, Sonali's family members in fact will be seeking a demand. In fact, they want a CBI inquiry into the matter.
वहीं हो क्या अभी? हाँ गोवा हूँ भाई. अच्छा तो ऐसे कैसे हो गया ये? पता नहीं भाई कैसे हुआ, मेरे तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा. अच्छा तो आप वहीं थे क्या पास ही साथ ही? और क्या, रात तो सारी रात तो राजी खुशी बतलाए हैं. ठीक है. अच्छा अच्छा। और फिर सुबह 7-7:30 बजे की बात है, मैं 5 से 7 मिनट किसी कमरे के बाहर गया था, इतनी देर में हो गया। अच्छा अच्छा।
In the Anjuna area of Goa, there is a restaurant by the name Curly's, which is famous for its nightlife. We are at this very restaurant because it's making headlines for all the wrong reasons. BJP leader, TikTok star and Big Boss contestant Sonali Phogat partied here in this very restaurant hours before she was declared dead in the hospital. The CCTV that you see on your screen right now captured those footages of those crucial hours when Sonali Phogat was partying in this very area. Now, the CCTV footage has become of a crucial importance to the Goa police to help them understand as to what happened in the night time. Now, it can be seen that Sonali Phogat is being carried out from this very area. She's limping, she's barely able to walk. Instead of taking Sonali Phogat to the hospital after she complained of restlessness, Sudhir Sangwan carried her instead to the toilet here. Now, this is of crucial importance because the Goa police maintains that Sonali Phogat was made to sit here in this very toilet for more than 2 hours, which perhaps cost Sonali her life as well. Now, the police says that some obnoxious substance, which is now turning out to be MDMA, was given in a water bottle to Sonali, and that too forcibly. Police says that they have the CCTV footage to establish, and the CCTV footages show that she is not comfortable and she is being given that drink forcibly by Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder as well. It has now also been proven that drugs were recovered in a hotel by Sukhwinder and that he hid the drugs here in the toilet so that no one gets to know their planning. But the police maintain.
The murder mystery of Sonali Phogat continues to unravel. The accused have been sent to 10 days police custody. Goa's Curly's club owner has also been questioned by the police while they've recovered drugs from the bathroom of the club. The count of total arrests is 5 now in the case.
A popular TikTok star turned a BJP leader. Her mystery death now drawing India's attention. The probe into Sonali Phogat's death taking more curious turns. After confessing to drugging Sonali, the two accused, her PA Sudhir Sangwan and his friend Sukhwinder Singh, have been sent to 10 days police custody. A video of Sonali in a visibly intoxicated state also emerged on Friday. The owner of Curly's club, Edwin, and the peddler who supplied drugs to the accused, Datta Prasad Gaunkar, have also been arrested by cops. The cops also recovered drugs from the bathroom of the club, where banned drugs were allegedly spiked in Sonali's drinks.
In the Anjuna area of Goa, there is a restaurant by the name Curly's, which is famous for its nightlife. We are at this very restaurant because it's making headlines for all the wrong reasons. BJP leader, TikTok star and Big Boss contestant Sonali Phogat partied here in this very restaurant hours before she was declared dead in the hospital.
An eyewitness shared how a night of party and fun went horribly wrong and the glamorous woman turned up dead.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ आकाश मौजूद हैं। आकाश, बताइए, आपको ये पता है ये पूरा मामला क्या हुआ जब वो महिला की मौत हो गई है? यहीं पर थी ना वो रात को?
हाँ, रहता है। हाँ,
देखा था आपने उनको?
देख के भाई।
देख के अपने पहचान लिया आपने?
नहीं पहचान लिया।
हाँ, अच्छा मुझे बताओ, ये यहीं पर वो रेस्टोरेंट है जहाँ पर वो नाच गाना हो रहा था?
हाँ, नाच रहा था।
Edwin and Gaunkar have been charged under Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act and are being grilled by the cops. Police sources told India Today that statements of more than 20 people have been recorded, including the staff of the club.
आज इनको जुडिशियल मैजिस्ट्रेट की कोर्ट में पेश किया गया था और जुडिशियल मैजिस्ट्रेट ने इनका 10 दिन का पुलिस रिमांड दिया है और इन 10 दिनों में हम जो भी एलिगेशंस फैमिली ने, इनके भाई ने एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं अपनी शिकायत में, जिनके बेसिस पे एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है, उनका सत्यापन करेंगे।
Cops are now probing how Sonali was taken to hospital by the accused in a private vehicle of one of the guests when she complained of uneasiness. Sonali's family, which has been crying foul from day one, is demanding justice.
जब दिशा में हमारे को कुछ मिलेगा वो भी नहीं जारी, फिर हम सीबीआई इंक्वायरी की वो करेंगे मांग, और नार्को टेस्ट होना चाहिए, फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए। जिस हिसाब से उसने जानवरों से बदतर, यानी कि वो तो फुटेज मारा है, जैसे उसकी मृत्यु की गई है, ऐसे तो किसी कोई जानवर को नहीं मारता।
खाना खाने के बाद उनको ऐसे प्रॉब्लम होती थी, फील होता, सुन्नापन आता था, लेकिन अभी इस चीज़ का तो ध्यान नहीं था। अभी हमने सोचा अभी थकान होगी या सारा दिन जब दिल्ली चंडीगढ़ जाना होता है थक गए होंगे। पोस्टमार्टम में रिपोर्ट आने के बाद में उन 2 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया, 2 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। अभी ठीक है, हम सोच रहे हैं अभी ठीक हो रहा है, आगे और अच्छे से इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए और भी।
With the drug angle coming to light now, police are now looking at all possible theories, including murder over finances. With Pankaj Upadhyay in Panaji, Bureau Report, India Today.
Sonali Phogat was a well-known TV star in Haryana. She was a reality TV show contestant. She joined the Bharatiya Janata Party, also fought an election. Her husband, incidentally, also died under very mysterious circumstances a few years ago, and the police are now likely to widen the scope of their investigations. Their daughter now wants an investigation to reveal the truth behind the death first of her father and now her mother. Arvind Oja brings us this report.
The one and only OG card de ve tere nakhare janab fitting aale sutta ne tu pana chhod de attitude beauty mein lagawe 4 chand bur ke nu chhorya na lakhana chhod de.
A celeb in Haryana.
OG card de ve tere nakhare janab fitting aale sutta ne tu pana chhod de.
आप बीच में ना बोलें तो अच्छा रहेगा। और आप ना बोले बहुत।
A big boss contestant.
मैंने तोड़ा। क्यों तोड़ा आपने? मेरे को बोलेंगे आप? Sonali Phogat is beat.
And a BJP leader. Sonali Phogat was a go-getter from an early age. She always aspired to be an actress. Got her first break as an anchor for a program on Doordarshan. While working for Doordarshan, Phogat joined the BJP in 2008. This opened many avenues for the actor. Phogat went on to work with big names of regional cinema, including Ravi Kishan and Jimmy Shergill. She also got a chance to feature in the 14th edition of Big Boss.
आपकी बच्ची को बीच में नहीं घसीटा, बल्कि आपने किसी की बच्ची, वो है रुबीना, उसको आपने कहा। आपने ये शो देखा है? आपको पता है कि इस घर के अंदर क्या-क्या टास्क होते हैं, किस हद तक लोग जाते हैं?
सलमान जी, मैं यहाँ ये नहीं करने आई हूँ जो मुझे गालियाँ दे, मैं उसके आगे काम करती घूमूं।
Sonali featured in a number of music videos and had a sizable following on TikTok. Sonali married Sanjay Phogat, who too was a politician. The two had a daughter. But the marriage ended on a tragic note. After just a few years, her husband died under mysterious circumstances in 2016. Sonali then focused her efforts on work. In 2019, seeing her growing popularity, the BJP gave her a chance to prove her mettle. Sonali Phogat was given the ticket from Hisar's Adhampur seat against then Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi. Sonali, however, lost the election by a big margin. Controversial in life, her death too is not devoid of controversy. Her family suspects foul play in her sudden death in Goa. Her daughter, now a 15-year-old, is demanding justice for her mother.
मेरे को justice मिलना चाहिए, investigation होनी चाहिए proper, और जो culprit है उन्हें punishment मिलनी चाहिए.
The death of Sonali Phogat has opened a Pandora's box, leaving many questions unanswered. Bureau Report, India Today.
It will be India's biggest demolition. The illegal Supertech Twin Towers will turn into dust on Sunday in a matter of 9 seconds. Residents of nearby housing societies are being evacuated. Ahead of the Noida Twin Tower demolition, India Today has got access to exclusive inside images from the Twin Towers. Stray dogs and other animals have been rescued from the vicinity as the exclusion zone has been demarcated. Bunkers have been dug and tires are placed around the building to stop shock waves. The residential buildings adjacent to the Twin Towers have been covered with sheets to prevent dusting in the building. Preparations are on in full swing. The two towers are fully rigged with 3,500 kilograms of explosives. As the stage is all set, the country awaits the historic demolition, which is scheduled for Sunday at 2:30 p.m.
This is Emerald Towers, the closest to the ATS building. You see there people literally covering their balconies with plastic just to avoid any kind of debris flying into their homes. Most of Emerald Towers inside, residents there have covered their lawns and their windows, all completely wrapped so that there's no untoward incident. Basically, the property is not damaged. This is one of the households. I'm right inside here, where they've pulled down all their paintings. Most of it has been kept aside safely. Namaste ji. ये आपने रूम में पूरा सामान उतारा है? हाँ जी, पूरा सारा सामान उतार के सब नीचे रख दिया है। जी. So that's the television there. All the gods' paintings and all the wall hangings have been brought down. Yes. And that's the window there where it's fully taped. That's to avoid any kind of vibrations. This is situation in all rooms. People have literally brought down everything. This is also all the paintings here that have been kept on the bed, just to be safe. Well, clearly, residents have prepared themselves, but at the end of it, you never know what at max could happen in a situation. These are local residents who have been preparing for close to a month, is what we hear. Most of their glasses, they've taped it only to avoid any kind of vibration. But even though residents have taken all kinds of precautions, we know that the professional company, Edifice, who's doing this job, they say that there's really nothing to panic. In fact, there will not be any kind of impact beyond a few meters around the two towers. And at max, it's the sound and maybe some shattered glasses. But that's only the max. Dust will also settle at the earliest. So this is Emerald Towers right inside. People, residents fully prepared as they leave. They're going to be abandoning their homes. They're going to be leaving out of this space with their jewelry, documents, all their precious belongings. They're going to be out of this house and this locality at least for the next 24 hours. But they're just ensuring that their household is safe. Most of their belongings are kept wrapped and safe so that there's no impact that falls on it. This basically is the Emerald Court parking, where we see most of the vehicles have already been removed from these parking slots. And most of the residents are very worried that debris might just come from this area. This area right here is fully covered. In fact, it's completely sealed. And if this was open, this is exactly where the Astor Tower is, barely 9 meters away from here. But they've completely sealed this opening here. So the only worry that the Emerald Tower residents have is that will debris come through this basement? Will it flow into their building through this basement? But for now, there is it's fully sealed. If I could show you here with nails and pins, they've completely sealed this. This is a very thick material where air can pass, but no dust will pass through this. They've fully sealed this entire area here. This is the basement right next to the Twin Towers, and this Emerald car parking area would possibly be the most affected if there is an untoward incident. But for now, from what we see here, most of the cars have already been evacuated. They've been moved out, and by tonight, most of this will be empty. In fact, this entire basement will be completely empty by tonight.
Ahead of the big demolition, India Today's Shivarur brings you a ground report on the preparations undertaken by ATS Village, a society adjacent to Supertech Twin Towers. Take a look.
So those are the twin towers from the colony where I live, and I'm going to just show you some of the preparations that are on right now inside the colony to prepare for the big demolition that's scheduled to take place tomorrow. Most of the houses in the colony are already empty. People have already begun their evacuation. I'm just walking past the clubhouse right now. People are trying to secure this particular area as well, but here's where the actual preparations are. Black plastic covers have been put on all the fitments, on all the lawns in this particular area, as you can see, and it will be extended to all parts of the actual colony. It's going to take place over the next few hours. Remember, the actual cutoff time is from tomorrow morning. From tomorrow morning, people need to be out of the colony. So thousands of families, hundreds of cars in all parts of this society will be completely moved from here. So right behind this tower is where the twin towers are. And what I'm showing you right now is workers who've come in here, part of the office at this colony, to cover every part of it. There's a lot of landscaping here that's had to be protected. A decision's been taken to extend plastic covering on every part of the lawn, the landscaping, the rocks, the fitments, the cobbled paths as well. So it's going to take a while, but that's how it's going to be. This is the colony where I live. I just wanted to show you how close the two towers are to the actual colony. These are the two Supertech twin towers. As you can see, we share a wall with the colony. That's where most of the work is going on. Preparations are on. All of these towers are completely covered in these huge white sheets, obviously because of the debris and the dust. The dust is going to be a massive, massive threat for many days after the actual explosion. The entire structure is going to come crashing down at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday. Workers are fully prepared. The explosives have been rigged inside the building as well, and tomorrow is when this entire structure comes crashing down. But inside the actual colony, it's pretty deserted because people have already started leaving in large numbers already. But I just wanted to take you inside to give you a sense of the preparations that are on to protect the actual colony. Pretty familiar sight already to most residents is that most of the lawn, the gardens, the hedges, even some of the smaller trees are being completely covered in these black plastic sheets, in the hope that they will protect against the enormous amounts of dust that are expected. Because remember, this building is right next door. This is the colony. We share a wall with the Supertech towers, and look how close it is. There it is. That's the tower right there. You can see the tower. All of these young men working tirelessly right through the day. Very thankful to them for protecting the colony. I hope they get some rest a little later, but it's going to be a long day because the entire colony is going to have to be covered in these black sheets by the end of the day, because 7 a.m. tomorrow is when everything needs to be absolutely complete.
Slipping into a short break, stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The big-ticket India-Pakistan clash is back. The venue is same as it was the last time around when the two teams faced each other during the T20 World Cup. Surely India would like to reverse the result of that match, and they have reason to feel that way. So what makes this Indian team a favourite to retain the Asia Cup title? Here's our report.
It's the mother of all battles.
It's himself.
The rivalry is all set to resume with arch rivals India and Pakistan coming face to face on Super Sunday. The last time these two teams faced each other, India didn't have a favourable result, a 10-wicket defeat in the opening game of the T20 World Cup last year. Pakistan may want to remember that win and could feel a psychological edge, but India will come back stronger and their record against the arch rivals come in handy. In T20 internationals, India and Pakistan have faced each other 9 times, out of which India ended up winning 6 of those, while Pakistan has just 2 victories. Since that defeat in the last T20 World Cup, a lot has changed for India. A new captain in Rohit Sharma and a new head coach in Rahul Dravid, who unfortunately hasn't joined the team yet following a COVID-positive test, have taken over the reins. India, in fact, has played 28 T20 internationals since they lost to Pakistan in October last year. Their record has been great with 22 wins out of those 28 games and have lost just 5 games, while Pakistan have won 10 out of just 12 games that they have played in that period. For Rohit Sharma, the Asia Cup will bring back some fond memories because he was the captain the last time India won the Asia Cup in 2018. Virat Kohli missed out that edition, which was played in an ODI format. India is the most successful team in the history of Asia Cup, having won the tournament 7 times, followed by Sri Lanka, who have won the title 5 times, and then Pakistan with 2 titles. The tournament will hold a lot of importance, not just because a title is at stake, but this will also allow teams to gauge the balance of their respective teams ahead of the all-important T20 World Cup in October. India has been juggling with quite a number of players lately, but maybe the time has finally arrived to finalize their best team, as the squad for the World Cup will have to be announced by September 15th. At the Asia Cup though, it will be a battle for the Asian supremacy, and there is every possibility that in next couple of weeks, fans across the world may get to see India and Pakistan play each other not once, not twice, but thrice. Sports Bureau, India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
India Today's special broadcast. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. In 2019, a series called Delhi Crime had us all hooked. I'm sure most of you binge-watched it, like I did, and it was for a number of reasons. It was a story that emotionally wounded us, and a wound that hadn't healed yet. And this series essentially stabbed at that wound with its raw emotion, the realness, and yet with a streak of humanity that we've never actually seen before in Indian cinema. So with season 2 coming, the buzz is already peaking, and it's my absolute pleasure today to be in conversation with the Delhi crime team. Joining us today in our India Today studio are the stars of this amazing series. We have Shefali Shah with us, Rasika Duggal, thank you for joining us here. Mr. Rajesh Telang is also with us, and finally we have the director, Tanuj Chopra. Absolute pleasure, as I said, having all of you here with us. Shefali ma'am, I'd like to begin with you. I think what I started off talking about, the raw emotion of season 1, it's something that connected with all of us, particularly maybe for women, but overall for you to portray this character of DCP Vartika and the way you did it, it earned so much praise. So going into season 2, wearing that uniform again, was it kind of daunting, overwhelming, knowing the expectations and the fact that it received such praise?
Well, it was daunting, very overwhelming, but not just because Delhi Crime 1 got so much praise and Vartika became, unexpected. She really became something. It was because I am scared every time I go in front of the camera.
Okay.
That's me. Secondly, I was like, wo ho gaya, how do I match up to her? I mean, I don't know how I created her. I don't know how we did that. I don't know how I can do this again. But it was actually like, how do I step into those shoes? They became really large. Yeah. And strangely so, when I do step into those shoes, there's something that comes over me. I don't know what it is.
Is it the uniform?
It's the uniform. It's like I get possessed by her or something. And she just comes back. But every time I go in front of the camera, whether it's Vartika or any other character, I'm scared.
But when, we speak about the character of Vartika, were you expecting that kind of, such a rousing reception?
No.
So many talking about the character itself.
No, not at all.
Expecting it.
Honestly, when I'm doing a project, I do not think, or actually it doesn't even strike me about aage kya hoga. The creation of it gives me so much, I'm so happy doing it, the process, that I keep feeling that if you're honest and passionately obsessive about doing it right, then whatever happens to it, and whatever happens to it, it's not in our hands. So it was not a thought that occurred to me at all. We're just enjoying creating it.
Speaking about the theme of women, Rasika, and your character in season 1 is something many people also connected with. Season 2, I see that thread kind of moving forward because it just doesn't talk about, safety of women or women in Delhi, the challenges we face, but also the daily challenges that we face in kind of, balancing life. So that was something that I got a glimpse of in season 2.
You're right, and I think that is the beauty of a show like Delhi Crime. Through the seemingly smaller things that happen in the lives of the police officers who are investigating a crime, you get to know something very important about the society we live in. And I think through Neeti's character in season 2, through her journey in season 2, I think in this season she's really sort of trying to struggling to balance her professional and personal life, and that is the story of many working women in our country, and that's something that all of us have seen around us while growing up and continue to see around us every day. So I think that was a track which was important to us.
That aspect has been covered before in films and series. So what did you think should be quite different from what's usually the, downtrodden road that's taken every single time in these circumstances? How did you decide, I'm going to keep this as natural as I can?
So whenever you're working on anything creatively, the attempt is never to do anything different from somebody else. The attempt is always to do something which is true to that story and true to that moment. And that is always the exercise. And I believe that it will be different if you follow that line of thinking, because even if two stories sort of on the surface might sound similar in their one lines maybe, but they're different people creatively collaborating on them, and they are different stories.
Rajesh ji, the reason that this series also got so much of focus is because I think there was a trend at that point where everyone was into crime thrillers. They wanted, whether it was Malayalam films or these kind of Netflix movies or series, it was all about crime thrillers. But क्या आपको लगता है कि the definition of cops now in movies and series has changed? कि वो दबंग cop से ये real life, deeply rooted police force से ज़्यादातर लोग connect करते हैं?
Definitely. Delhi crime. Precisely, Delhi crime was I was attracted to this role was because of this कि उसमें कैरेक्टर को मतलब एक करप्ट पुलिस ऑफिसर या एक सुपर कॉप की तरह से नहीं, उसको ह्यूमन, द मैन बिहाइंड द यूनिफॉर्म, उसको दिखाने की कोशिश की गई। नॉट एट ऑल। और उनके सुख दुख, उनकी परेशानियाँ, उनकी पर्सनल लाइफ को भी, एंड इवन जो पुलिसिंग की जो प्रॉब्लम है उनको भी बताया गया। ऐसा नहीं कि उनके पास सब कुछ है, वो ऑटो से भाग रहा है, कोई एक कार चेज में, मतलब उनके पास बढ़िया वाली कारें नहीं है। तो वो बिल्कुल, आई थिंक इट चेंज्ड how we look into crime.
I think that's what stood out about season 1 कि हम सब निर्भया केस के बारे में जानते थे, हम मीडिया में भी कवर करते थे, but we never did it from the perspective of the Delhi police. और इसकी वजह से season 2 में काफ़ी there was so much focus on it. Season 1 में, season 2 में what do you think is really different that you think will connect with the audience?
I think the characters, people know the characters now, and they are already मतलब they already identify with the characters. पिछली बार ये था कि क्राइम पहले people knew about the crime,
exactly,
but not about the police officers. And वही एक दिखाने की कोशिश थी कि क्राइम के पीछे कैसे पुलिस ऑफिसर्स ने 4-5 दिन में सब कुछ क्या कमाल करके दिखा दिया, इतना अच्छा काम किया, इतनी लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज के